Good morning.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, just with this
Like my
day.
dad said,
Yeah.
anymore, yeah, I don't even wake
You
up.
wake up?
It's good.
You know
He's been saying that since he was
Yeah.
40 though.
you know what? It's true. There's a lot of stuff there. Right? A lot of awful stuff.
Yeah.
Test.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, was that thing? Yeah. I mean, that's like often the driver there is like, listen, it can go bad, but it can go a lot better if you just,
Right, exactly.
with all that craziness, you know.
So,
But here we have something that can
you're in
control
your
a little bit.
basically.
early. Can you stand it? All right. Welcome back. I just want to say one thing right from the outset, and I'd like to emphasize the fact that redirect, the purpose of redirect is to clarify points that need to be clarified based on cross-examination. Let's try and not turn it into something that's more expansive than that. I'm saying this to all of you. So with that, please call your next witness.
Sorry, do you mind if I have as a preliminary matter, I just wanted to
Oh, sure.
update the commission
Forgive
on
me, yeah.
sort of OPC's witness availability, since we're going a little faster than I
Yeah.
thought. So I believe of the non-excused OPC witnesses thus far, we have Brandt, Lako, Hopkins, and Lynn. Brandt and Lako are available Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Hopkins is tentatively scheduled to land sometime around 11 a.m. Wednesday, so I'd request he go in the afternoon to, not literally be asking questions after he steps off a plane. And then Lynn will be available Thursday morning.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to make this individual get on FaceTime at BWI, so,
Thank you.
yep. Okay, any other preliminary matters from anybody? Seeing none, let's proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kate Creef on behalf of the company, and we call Kevin Murphy to the stand, please.
The attorney to re-identify, I guess she identified you've got her spelling already. Okay, all right, great.
Oh, there's God. I'm like going crazy.
My name is Kevin Murphy, K-E-V-I-N-M-U-R-C-H-Y. And could you give us your business address? My business address is 6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia, 21513. Thank you.
Will you please state your position of employment for the record?
I am the Vice President of Engineering, Asset Management, and Gas Supply Operations for Washington Gas.
And do you have with you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Kevin M. Murphy, consisting of a one-page summary, 59 typed pages of questions and answers, and 8 exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have with you corrected versions of exhibits KMM1 through KMM4, which were filed with your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any corrections to the heading label of one of those corrected exhibits?
Yes, I noticed that the rebuttal exhibit, which was intended to be the update to KMM1, is actually labeled KMM2 in the rebuttal package.
So it should be labeled KMM1.
That's correct.
For clarity. Okay. And do you wish for these corrected exhibits to entirely replace those filed with your direct testimony?
Yes, I do.
Finally, do you have with you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Kevin M. Murphy, consisting of a 2-page summary, 73 typed pages of questions and answers, and 8 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public and confidential version in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
And were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have a correction on page 70, lines 20 to 21 of your rebuttal testimony?
I do. On line 20, there should be a period after the word average, and then strike from except on line 20 through line 21 to the word diameter.
To end the sentence.
Yes, at the end of the sentence.
Do you have any other corrections?
I do not.
If you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask that we mark Mr. Murphy's direct testimony as Exhibit 26.
So noted. So marked, rather.
Thank you. And move for it to be admitted.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I ask that Mr. Murphy's rebuttal testimony be marked 27 and 27C
So marked.
and be admitted to the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy, we heard a question from Commissioner Sushman about a transmission project. Is that correct?
Yes, I was here for that.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Oh.
is this live rejoinder?
I thought we were treating it as a bench request, ma'am, but sure what you would like us
It
to-
was not a bench request.
Okay.
And if it doesn't come up in questioning from the other attorneys, I will ask that question.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you.
So we'll pause for now. Is that right?
Yep. Just move on. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. With that, the witness is available for cross.
Okay.
Nope, no questions, Your Honor.
People's Counsel.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Murphy. My name is Diamond Hawkins, and I will be asking you some questions based on your testimony, initially focusing on the Commission's STRIDE plan approval process that you discussed in pages 18 through 21 of your rebuttal. Can you go to the bottom of page 18, and it's going to go over to 19 of your rebuttal?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, you described the cadence of the STRIDE plan approval, and in general, the contents of the STRIDE plan, correct? At the bottom of page 18?
Yes.
And as you note there, WGL's plans generally comprise of a 5-year STRIDE program, correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree that each STRIDE plan describes various programs of gas infrastructure targeted for replacement, such as for its distribution system, all bare and/or unprotected steel, targeted copper services, and pre-1975 plastic services, just by way of example?
Yeah, the STRIDE plans generally describe what types of infrastructure is eligible for replacement under the program.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, OPC would like to mark as OPC Exhibit 3, Commission Order 91099.
So marked.
Yep, I do. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have to reread my rules.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's helpful to just kind of.
No, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Isn't that McLean's job to hand testimony?
Mr. Murphy, continuing to look at the Commission's STRIDE plan approval process, I'm placing in front of you is a document that has been marked as OPC Exhibit 3. Can you read the heading at the top of the first page for the record?
Washington Gas Light Company's application for approval of a new gas system strategic infrastructure development and enhancement plan and accompanying cost recovery mechanism.
Okay, and that heading identifies the document as order number 91099 issued by this Commission in case number 9708. In the STRIDE 3 case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, on page, going back to page 18 of your testimony for a second, when describing the cadence Your rebuttal testimony, page 18. When describing the cadence of the Commission's STRIDE plan approval process, specifically STRIDE 3, you mention this on page 18, footnote 11. And you mentioned that the Commission issued order number 90941 on December 13th, 2023, in case number 9708, correct? Page 18 of your rebuttal,
Yes.
footnote 11. Okay. And you would agree, based on the date marked on the copy of order 91099 in front of you, that order 91099 issued on April 19th, 2024 is a subsequent Commission order on rehearing in the same case, correct?
Yes, the April date is after the December date, correct.
Okay, great. Mr. Murphy, can you turn to page 3 of order 91099?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, perfect. Would you please read the paragraph beginning with "in parallel"? It's about the third paragraph and ending at order.
In parallel with the Commission's review of WGL STRIDE application, the Commission also considered WGL's application for authority to increase its rates in case 9704. The Commission issued its decision on that application on December 14th, 2023, WGL rate order. As part of case 9704.
That was it. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I wasn't clear. So based on your reading, according to order number 91099, the Commission was reviewing the STRIDE 3 plan. At the same time, it was hearing the WGL rate case in 9708, correct? Sorry, 9704, just based on what you just read. That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. In order number 91099 refers to the Commission's December 14th, 2023 decision in the rate case as order number 90943, the WGL rate order, correct? If you look at the paragraph you just read, it refers to the December 14th, 2023 order as the WGL rate order.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, still on page 3. Would you please read the quoted language?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. He isn't an attorney, and to the extent we want to brief a legal issue, I'm happy to do that, and we can do that on brief as far as prudence.
It's not a legal issue. Okay, yep, I'm landing the plane.
Be careful, overruled.
Okay, I'm landing the plane. Yep. Okay, still on page 3. Could you please read the block quoted language that order number 91099 quotes directly from the WGL rate order, starting with the second sentence on page 3? So the Commission also stated
In the bottom paragraph?
the bottom paragraph, yes.
In the WGL rate order, the Commission stated that the potential for decreasing gas demand and gas utility line extension policies needs to be addressed. But these issues are out of scope in the context of a single utilities rate case.
No, so the Commission, well, you know what, I'll read it. I'm on page 3, last sentence. So would you agree that it states, starting on paragraph 3, the last sentence, the Commission also stated that all Maryland gas companies must consider the likely contraction in gas consumption in all capital expenditure plans intended to maintain required levels of system safety, and must consider all cost-effective pipeline alternative options available to defer, reduce, or remove the need to construct or upgrade components of their natural gas system, and not solely pursue infrastructure replacement in order to prudently justify their system safety and reliability spending in the future. Is that what you understand that to read based on what I just said?
I think you read it accurately.
Okay. And now looking further along in order number 9, if you can turn to page 9. I'm going to start with the second paragraph, starting with nonetheless. Would you agree that the language states, nonetheless, approval of the structure of a STRIDE plan does not mean WGL has project approvals or that any proposed project will be found prudent, correct? Is that what you see on the page?
I see that.
Okay. And would you agree that based on the commission order in front of you, it further states in the same paragraph, the sentence directly after, when WGL presents its STRIDE projects to be moved into rate base pursuant to PUA 4-203 and 4-204 at the end of this plan, those projects will be judged for prudency and recovery may be disqualified upon the finding that the investment was imprudent if implementation of the plan ignores, among other reasons known and knowable, the risk of measurable decline in system-wide gas consumption and the availability of non-pipe alternatives. Is that what you understand the commission order to say, based on my reading?
I think you read it correctly, yes.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, I would like to, well, actually, let's just go back. And to clarify, based on your understanding and your experience working on STRIDE projects, as you know, or if you know, no sworn witness testimony is provided as part of the project plan list approval process. Is that correct? And if you don't know, it's okay to say you don't know.
I'm not sure if they're sworn in, but I think those list reviews are usually done at administrative hearings.
Administrative hearings, yes, you are right. And if you know, there are no evidentiary hearings prior to the commission's approval of project list. Correct?
I believe that's correct. I'm not sure about the procedural aspects of each step.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Murphy, we're going to turn to page 60, sorry, actually page 20 of your direct testimony. On page 20 of your direct testimony, starting at line 4, when describing the capital system planning process, you noted specifically lines 11 through 14, because you start talking about capital system planning at 4, but specifically lines 11 through 14. You described that throughout the, or you state that throughout the process, the company considers cost-effective options to defer, reduce, or eliminate the need to replace, upgrade, or construct new system components, including an analysis of non-pipe alternatives as appropriate. This screening occurs at the programmatic level and not the individual project level, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm catching up. I think you jumped to my direct, right?
Yep, it was your, oh, I'm sorry, I should have waited. It's your direct. Yep, page 20. And if,
Yep, I'm there.
okay, I can start it over. So,
You're good.
yeah. Okay, so on page 20, and I'll be reading from lines 11 through 14, when describing the capital system planning process, you noted specifically on lines 11 through 14 that throughout the process, the company considers cost-effective options to defer, reduce, or eliminate the need to replace, upgrade, or construct new system components, including an analysis of non-pipe alternatives as appropriate. The question I'm asking is, this screening occurs at the programmatic level and not the individual project level, correct?
It occurs at all level of the capital planning process.
It occurs at,
It occurs at all levels, depending on the NPAs and the alternatives being considered. It occurs at all levels of the capital planning process. Certain NPAs like demand response, energy efficiency, those are generally at the system level. They're part of the intelligence that's consumed when we establish our system requirements and evaluate system performance against those requirements. But others do get considered at a project level.
at a project, and what, you said others, what others?
So,
the
for
consist of.
example, if we are looking at expansion of the system into a new area, and we don't have adequate infrastructure to fully serve what is expected to be the build out of that area, we will sometimes consider a satellite supply as a stopgap while that system is building out before we bring in larger infrastructure for a permanent solution. So that would be a deferring of investment to solve that specific issue for that project,
Okay.
as an example.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Murphy, can you skip over to your rebuttal testimony, page 65? I'll give you a second.
I'm there.
Yep. On page 65 of your rebuttal, you testified that the company's goal is to more clearly define project characteristics that might predispose that project to a certain type of MPA. Sorry, I'm reading this lines 21 through 23 that you state that.
Yeah, I see that.
Did the company do that in this case?
Yes. So one of the examples I give, beginning on the next page, is where we try to establish a planning framework that allows us to efficiently consider NPAs where our experience and analysis indicates they are most likely to be applicable. So in this instance, the example was cast-in-place liners. And so we developed a set of cost assessments that compares the end-to-end solution costs of lining with the end-to-end solution costs of replacement, and put together a bit of a screening tool, which is kind of summarized there in Table 6.
Okay.
That would suggest if, under certain circumstances, where is it most likely to be more appropriate to further investigate a lining solution as opposed to a direct replacement solution.
Okay, thank you for that, and we'll talk about that a little bit more shortly. I'm still on page 65 of your rebuttal. On lines 23 through 25, you stated that once sufficient operational details are known, the company can then develop indicative planning documents to trigger more project-specific MPA consideration. Were any indicative planning documents created in this case for any of the STRIDE projects?
Well, again, the indicative planning document that I'm referring to is that table. So as a planning aid, the table and others, the table is intended to flag for the engineers doing the assessment the conditions where the costs are more likely to be attractive for, in this instance, cast-in-place lining. And as I think is in testimony and in other DRs, it gets more cost-effective the larger the diameter involved. And it really gets cost-effective when there are other construction obstacles like highway crossings, railroad crossings, river crossings, and other, or right-of-ways that are just so congested there is no other alignment to consider.
Mr.
That
Murphy.
would drive us to look at a specific project at the project level and really develop a comparative cost estimate.
Mr. Murphy, can you please point to the record for this case where WGL has identified indicative planning documents that were used for STRIDE projects under consideration in this rate case?
So sticking to my testimony, what I'm...
Not the chart.
I understand. We have, in this case, I don't think there is any STRIDE project greater than 8-inch included in the list of projects to be transferred into gas plant and service. So because 8-inch is not a very large diameter line, and we certainly didn't have any instances where they were in complicated construction areas, we did not produce a job-specific cost estimate because that would have cost time and money and not really move that project in a productive direction.
So just to be clear and make sure that I understand, so you did not produce, or you don't have any indicative planning documents for anything over or under 8 inches?
We would not produce one because, again, our screening tool applies our cost intelligence for the different approaches, and when it approaches parity or there are other circumstances, that's when we would create a project-specific and indicative estimate.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, attached to your direct testimony is KMM1, which is titled Stride Capital Projects.
I think that's KMM2.
KM2 now. Yep, according to this morning, you are right. Yep.
No,
K-
I corrected KMM. It's what's labeled as KMM2 is actually KMM1.
So KMM1
Is the list of
is the list of all the projects.
all the projects. KMM2 pertains to Stride. And honestly, there's a hole punched through my version, so I can't verify the labeling.
Okay. So that list, that project list, includes all the Stride Capital projects placed into service between January 1st, 2023 and September 2025. Is that correct?
Between KMM2 and KMM4, so
Yeah.
there are so many of these. We covered.
You know, I'm confused. Where do you want me to look? I'm looking at the testimony as it was given to us. Where do you want me to look?
I am looking at now it will be KMM1. So
KMM1.
So it will be the list of Stride projects.
The really small print. That table?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm moving on now, but I just was asking. I just wanted to verify that list included all of the Stride projects that the company was seeking to.
That list includes all of the projects, Stride, non-Stride, that we're moving in, they're in gas plant service, we're moving into rate base.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Murphy, I'm going to go back. I know we're going back and forth between your direct and your rebuttal, but I'm going back to your rebuttal testimony. Pages 62. Page 62. I'm going to read pages 62 to 63, but we can start on 62.
I'm there.
Okay. On page 62, let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. Actually 63. We can start with 63. It's actually 63. So on page 63 of your rebuttal testimony, you note examples of when the company used an NPA to avoid potential expansion, to avoid a potential expansion project. Some of those examples include interruptible customers in Laurel, Upper Marlboro, and Gaithersburg. Those customers involved, or those involved customers were requesting to convert from interruptible to firm service, correct?
That's
The
correct.
examples. And just to be clear, those examples that you use, those interruptible customers do not involve Stride infrastructure main replacement projects. Correct?
I couldn't tell you what the infrastructure in the immediate area of those customers is precisely without researching it. I don't know.
You note the question asks is, can you provide examples of when the company used an NPA to avoid a potential pipe expansion project? And you list the Laurel, Gaithersburg, and Upper Marlboro interruptible customers as an example.
Yeah.
And you're
I was
unsure if those customers that you state involve customers requesting to, well, you say they requesting to convert from interruptible to firm service, but you're unable to state whether they involve Stride infrastructure main replacement projects.
Well, I
Involved.
know for certain we didn't do a project to enable their conversion, so there was no Stride investment in this case relevant to that. Those were identified as to really make clear how the interruptible rate class reduces our need to supply customers on a peak day. And these are customers who will not be taking service on a peak day, which trims our need to build a portfolio and a set of infrastructure for that purpose. So any other customers that sign up for interruptible service, that means I don't have to have a peak day solution for them, and I don't have to build the infrastructure for that.
And on page 64 of your rebuttal testimony, when you're providing examples of when the company, potential examples of when the company used an MPA to avoid a potential pipe replacement project, you note that the company has completed, I'm on line 5. You note that the company has completed over 20 projects. Were any of those projects quoted here projects under Stride in consideration in this rate case?
Subject to check. I think there were. Our normal project selection process relies on our software to develop candidate groups of assets that we would refer to as a bundle. It doesn't natively look for abandonment opportunities, so we undertook a manual effort to scrub through the system and look for segments that were no longer required to serve customers going forward, in particular segments that are identified as higher risk assets. And then we use the same risk ranking process where we identify the risk, the mitigatable risk that could be eliminated by abandoning the segment with the cost to abandon the segment, and then we ranked it in our normal fashion.
Okay.
And then if it represented elimination of more risk than other options, then it got selected and the pipe got abandoned. I think the KMM2 would list it, and the scope of every project, representing at least 80% of the Stride spend, the scope of every project is in KMM2, and then the projects are also defined in the project list process that we go through annually with the Commission.
So can you point to where those 20, you said the 20 projects, and you said, at first you said that they may or may not be, so are those 20 projects?
Let me see if I can find one.
It's just a yes or no question.
Let him look through his document.
I mean, I said yes because it's characterized over the past several years, and this rate case takes us to September 30 of 25.
25.
So, I did not screen KMM2 and call it out, but there likely are abandonment projects in there based on the way it was characterized.
Really hauled up heavy artillery for the printing. That's a good idea. Yeah, I should have done that. I just hate paper. I have the accountant's disease.
There are quite a lot of projects.
get through.
for you to look through. So you did okay. I guess I just asked a simple question because there are quite a lot of projects. How many non-pipeline alternatives did the company analyze?
I think that's in my direct.
Can you point to it in the record because I don't recall.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yep. How many projects did WGL analyze from KMM? Well, now we're looking at KMM1. And I know you still have to make your way through, but you just said that it was in your direct testimony, the number, if you can point to.
Well, I said in my direct testimony, the number of NPAs or categories of NPAs is laid out.
So categories, not the total number of NPAs analyzed.
So project level consideration of NPAs, no, I don't have that called out.
Okay, thank you for that.
In the direct testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask that counsel please let the witness answer the response fully before moving on.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, can we move, we're going to go back to your rebuttal testimony, the top of page 21.
There we are. Okay, I'm on page 21.
Yep, and I am looking at table 3, titled Rate Case Distribution Stride Projects.
I see that.
Can you describe the different programs listed in this table?
I can, but they're reasonably well described there. There's the program 1, which is bare and unprotected steel, targeted copper, and pre-75 plastic services. Program 2 is bare and unprotected steel mains. Program 3 is vintage mechanically coupled main and services. 5 is riser and gauge line replacements, and 6 is our zone-based low-pressure program to eliminate low-pressure systems from Maryland.
Okay, thank you. And drawing your attention to program 3, vintage mechanically coupled main and services. This particular program accounts for approximately $53 million of the stride distribution spending in this rate case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's approximately maybe about 46% of the total stride distribution GPIS sought in this proceeding, correct?
That's the way we calculated it out in the table, yes.
Okay. For any program 3 of any projects listed under program 3, are you able to identify and point to a document in the record for this proceeding showing that a non-pipeline alternative was evaluated for that project at any point during the planning process or implementation phase?
Your Honor, I think we've been over this, asked and answered.
I'm asking
So again, without scrubbing through Exhibit 2, AMM2, to identify whether we had a abandonment-only project under that section, I can't point you to one specifically. I will say that vintage mechanically coupled main, that is typically 2-inch and smaller piping systems, and so other project-specific or site-specific NPAs, for example, lining is generally not applicable in that size, and certainly not cost-effective, because there's a on mains of that size, there's a service tee all the way down the main, and then you're ultimately going to have to excavate each of those tees. So you're not getting the savings that are typically sought when you're doing a lining job. So we did no lining assessment on that because it's not applicable. Again, we have our screening tool that tells us, is it worth investing in an estimate of this alternative? And in that particular instance, it wasn't, so we did not. There is no alternative in that case that will be as effective as the replacement investment, and that's ultimately what we identified to the commission when we're scoping out our STRIDE plan, what we identified on our project list presented to the commission before we executed it, and then we went and executed it.
Okay, so that I understand correctly. So for the program 3, vintage mechanically coupled main and services, you are not able to point to in the record where a non-pipeline alternative was considered. And Your Honor, I'm okay with if he takes time to look through that, if you want to do that, and you can point to the record where.
So again, at a programmatic level, the demand in these regions are considered. Every time we design a replacement project, we have to size the pipe that is being installed to replace the old pipe. To the extent that demand has dropped off and we can get away with a smaller pipe, we would do that. So at a programmatic level, all of that is considered as an NPA as we're doing that design. Back to my comment about abandonment. If customers have abandoned service, have made another fuel choice, and there are no customers served off that pipe, we would not replace it. That's a non-pipe alternative, and that's something we've done. In terms of the specifics of each project, is there something else we can do to the extent there must be a gas main to reduce the risk on it? As I said, the hot topic seems to be cast in place lining, and they're not appropriate in these instances. So we did not invest in estimates to establish the cost, and we did, as guided by our DIMP plan, address the recognized risks and affected the replacements. So I don't think it's fair to say we didn't do NPAs. We did.
So, Mr. Murphy, you would agree with me that there is no document in the record to show that a non-pipeline alternative was evaluated at the project level for any individual Program 3 project, correct? You said.
I do think this one really has been asked and answered.
I agree. You're objecting, sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to Program 1. Bare unprotected steel, targeted copper, and pre-1975 plastic services. So according to the Table 3 on page 21 of your rebuttal, Program 1 accounts for approximately $29 million of the STRIDE distribution spending in this rate case, correct?
That's correct.
For any individual Program 1 project listed, are you able to identify and point to a document in the record showing that a non-pipeline alternative was evaluated at any point during the planning phase or project implementation? Not programmatic, but project. Are you able to point to a specific project? And I am okay with waiting for you to find that.
So these are services, and maybe the most relevant NPA with respect to services goes back to the communications we send to these customers to ask, would you like to continue your gas? Do you plan to continue your gas service? If you're going to electrify, please tell us. I'm way paraphrasing what that communication says, but there's a communication that's been devised with agreement between the parties that lets folks know we're about to spend some money and at a minimum disrupt your front yard as we come through and modernize our infrastructure and reduce risk. So folks have the opportunity at that point to say, no, we do not intend to continue with gas service, and then we would make another planning choice, not do the service. There are instances where, and again, I'm not sure I can point to a specific service. I don't know that that level of detail is in the record, but if the service is not active and it's a targeted service, we don't replace it. So that is, again, is that's replacing a pipe with a non-pipe. So I do think non-pipe alternatives, the program one is covered with non-pipe alternatives.
But you're not able to point to anything in the record.
Not at a service level.
Not at a service. Okay, thank you. I'll move on. I would like to draw your attention to, we're going to go to your rebuttal. I think it was about page 58. You mentioned the Annapolis Road project. BCA number 303337.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, BCA number 30337 involved replacing approximately 896 feet of bare steel main on Annapolis Road, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you testified that the original estimated cost of that project was about $516,000 with an actual amount of $1.4 million, correct?
That's correct.
And yep, on page 58, right before the block text, you note that the cost variance of about $900,000 is due to the fact that during construction, WGL discovered corroded pipe at the tie-in location, which resulted in the company needing to install an additional 80 feet of main beyond the original scope. Did WGL consider alternatives to replace the 80 feet of main?
So at the time the corrosion was discovered, the project was largely complete. We were preparing to tie back in. So the roadway had been disrupted. New piping had been installed, and we had to make decisions from that point about how to efficiently and safely complete the project. You can't do a tie-in if on corroded pipe. I mean, it's specifically prohibited. So at that point, we and I know Dr. Hopkins talked about lining. Why not lining at that point? Well, we still would have had to excavate further to identify good pipe. So all of the costs for the nighttime excavation and further investigating the piping system, looking for a tie-in location, those would have all been necessary anyway. And at that point, it was just deemed the most expedient course of action to locate a new tie-in location and install the pipe.
Thank you for that. And are you able to point to any document or analysis in the record that an alternative was considered once WGL discovered that there was an additional 80 feet of main that needed to be replaced? It's yes or no?
No, we do not have the alternative assessment documented in the record.
Okay, thank you for that. And going back to, we're still in your rebuttal testimony, just back to page 65, or going down to page 65. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. On page 65, starting with, I would say probably starting with the last sentence, you note that, you testify that the company recently developed a comprehensive average cost per foot comparison of cured in place liners, CIPO, versus pipe replacement. Was this comparison developed for this proceeding?
No,
Okay. Was this comparison available when the Annapolis Road project was being executed?
I don't know.
And are you able to point to a document in this record showing that relining was evaluated as an alternative for the additional 80 feet before the company proceeded with the direct burial?
No, I can't point to where the company documented that. Again, we have very experienced engineers and construction managers in the field solving these problems in real time. They're aware of lining as an option. My firm belief is they considered all the options and intuitively knew the best course of action was to finish the project.
Okay, and so you're not able to
I'm
just
not able to
clear.
document it.
Okay, so it's not in the record. Okay, thank you. OPC has no further questions.
Okay, MEA. Okay, well, we'll go to CCAN. If you want to sit up at the desk, that would probably be easier. Hopefully in the new building, we'll have more space for witnesses. Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, should I state my name?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Okay. I'm Kevin Briner on behalf of CCAN.
Please proceed when you have a chance.
All right, thank you. All right. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
I'd like to start with your direct testimony at page 20.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, great. And actually on page 19 through 20, starting at line 5, this section is about how the company's capital system planning process complies with various commission orders. Is that right?
In part, yes. They're also referring to the Next Gen Energy Act, which is a law that was passed
Right.
2 sessions ago.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. So the company complies with, among other things, Commission Order 90943 through the capital system planning process. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at page 20, lines 7 through 11, you note that the company considers whether new infrastructure components are needed based on its demand forecasts and flow modeling. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And, okay. Oh, sure. Apologies. Okay, so let's flip back one page to page 18 of your direct.
I'm there.
All right, on line 21, you note that future infrastructure requirements are determined by considering forecasted demand 10 years into the future. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark CCAN Exhibit 6.
So marked.
And this is CCAN Data Request 1-1.
Yes.
There we go. Number 6, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this is your answer, right?
Yeah, I sponsored that response.
Okay. Thank you. In this question, we asked you to explain how the company's 10-year demand forecast accounts for Commission Order 90943. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you note in your response in the first paragraph that the demand forecast is grounded in both actual firm customer gas usage behavior on cold days and historical trends in firm new meter additions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In the next paragraph, you note that the company is aware of public policy goals and local laws aiming to encourage electrification and potentially reduce gas usage over decades. Is that right?
I think that's a fair synopsis.
Okay. Okay, and that's what you stated in the first sentence of paragraph 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the 10-year design date demand forecast, it does not attempt to predict how those public policy goals and laws you mentioned will influence demand going forward. Is that right?
Our forecasting process looks at customer behavior, customer counts, and also looks at the customer prospects that are already in the pipeline that have approached us for with an interest for service, and that is all part of what informs the forecast. To date, we're still net growing, so our forecasting process does not translate a policy goal into a specific rate of loss of load or loss of meters. We're looking at the empirical evidence we have on hand, which is our rate of new business additions and customer behavior, customer consumption information, to inform our 10-year plan.
Okay. When you refer to customer behavior and customer counts, those are backward-looking estimates, right? You're looking at customer behavior and customer counts up to this point in time. Is that right?
No, we have forward-looking.
Okay, but the forward-looking estimates extrapolate from the historic data. Is that right?
Again, not entirely. We do have a customer acquisition process that gives us some forward-looking based on specific inquiries for gas.
Okay. Customer acquisition process, that's not something you mentioned in this answer. Is that right?
I don't think I used those words, no.
Okay. 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 I'd like to mark CCAN Exhibit 7.
So marked. I assume you're going to enter this all in one batch.
Yes, that sounds good, Your Honor.
Okay. And you can approach the witness.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
All right, so this is CCAN data request 1-2 with the response dated April 13th. Can you just confirm, Mr. Murphy, that this is that you sponsored this answer?
I can confirm that, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, in subpart B of this question, we asked the company, we asked you how the company's flow modeling accounts for commission order number 90943. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in subpart B of the response, you just note that the flow modeling is based on the design day demand forecast. Is that right?
That's correct. The demand forecast establishes our planning parameter. We need to be able to supply gas on design day, and we have a hydraulic flow model that determines the infrastructure's ability to fulfill that need.
Okay. Okay, so just like the demand forecast of flow modeling does not attempt to predict the impact of state and local laws encouraging electrification, is that
Yeah,
right?
the flow modeling is informed by the demand forecast. The demand forecast establishes the target, and then the infrastructure must meet that target. So that's the plan we develop.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, Your Honor, I'd like to mark CCAN Exhibit 8.
So marked. And again, you can approach the witness.
Thank you.
Oh, did you get two?
I did.
Ah.
I knew there was a problem.
All right, so this is CCAN data request 1-3 with a response dated April 13th. Can you just confirm this is your answer?
Confirmed.
Okay. Thank you. So, in this question, we asked several questions getting at whether the company's demand forecast predicts expansion or contraction in the gas system. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then in your response in the second paragraph there, you note that the demand forecast and flow modeling predict an expansion of demand in all 4 regions of Maryland that are forecasted. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so now, Your Honor, I'd like to mark CCAN Exhibit 9.
Your Honor, if I might, if you would, are you going to move more? Because we're happy to just put them in together if you want to just hand them all out and knock through them.
Sure, yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 more, so that sounds maybe more efficient, yes.
Whatever you prefer. I'm sitting up here regardless, so.
Okay, I think maybe for the next couple, I think it might be best just to go one by one, and then at the end, I think we could put in a couple at the same time.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
It's all the same to me. I am agreeable.
Okay, so this is CCAN data request 1-4, dated April 13th. Mr. Murphy, can you just confirm that this is your answer?
It is.
Okay. And in this question, we asked whether the company's calculation of a project's expected useful life would account for the probability that the project could be taken out of service due to the contraction in gas consumption identified in Commission Order 90943. Is that right?
Well, it's the likely contraction of gas consumption, so it's kind of prospective and aspirational. But yes, that's generally what the question asks.
Right.
If you could talk just a little closer to the microphone in the future, that'd be great.
Okay, so just to be clear, the question asked whether the company calculated a project's expected useful life to account for the probability a project will be taken out of service due to the likely contraction in gas consumption.
That's exactly what it says.
Okay, thank you. And in your response, you note that useful life is approximated based on the life of the components of the project of which it is comprised. Is that right?
Yeah, the depreciable life is what I cited too.
Okay. And here you note that the response says the commission has not adjusted depreciable life of assets. Was that intended to be the company there?
I don't think so. I believe it was a recognition that if we were going to adjust depreciable life, that would be done in a commission-governed proceeding like this one.
Okay, so your response. So is your response that the company has not when the company calculates a project's expected useful life, it does not account for the probability that the project will be taken out of service due to a likely contraction in gas consumption. Is that right?
So, from an engineering perspective, we use standard materials used throughout the industry. Its service life is what it is, and I would, as an engineer, I'm probably best equipped to speak to service life as opposed to expected useful life, to the extent that has some other meaning in a kind of a depreciation context, or how long it's expected to be in service based on policy goals. So from a service life perspective, there are no reasonable choices to put in less expensive materials and accept the fact that they may be failing earlier. We use materials that are fit for purpose for gas distribution use, full stop, consistent with industry best practices. So in the design and in the design process, in solving a solution, in creating a solution with a project, we consider service and life, not expected useful life. Based on the words used in the question, that's why the response kind of pivoted to depreciable life.
Okay, so so are you able to answer whether a project's expected useful life accounts for this probability that we identify in the question?
As I responded, we would calculate or associate the expected useful life as the depreciable life for the purposes of discussion.
Got it. Okay, but that doesn't include a consideration of whether the
I think you're starting to get a tad repetitive. I think this might be asked and answered.
Okay. Okay, then I'd like to go ahead and mark CCAN Exhibit 10.
So marked.
Sorry.
And go ahead and approach.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is 10.
Right. Okay, and this is OPC data request 2-16, dated March 2nd. And Mr. Murphy, could you just confirm this is your answer?
I can confirm.
All right, and the question just asked how the company has demonstrated that it's considered the state's GHG reduction goals in its capital planning. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you have a list here of several items. The first item on the list is prioritizing capital projects, both stride and non-stride. And in your testimony, you've quantified GHG reduction emissions associated with stride projects. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But not for non-stride projects. Is that right?
No.
Okay. The next item on your list is installing excess flow valves and remote controlled valves. And you mentioned this in your direct testimony on page 31. If we could go to that point in your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
All right. So, starting on line 4, you're talking about some of the stride distribution projects included in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you note that through these projects, you've installed 4,345 excess flow valves. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In this portion of your testimony, you don't quantify GHG emission reductions specifically associated with those flow valves. Is that right?
No. A flow valve, excess flow valve acts to reduce emissions by almost instantaneously shutting off the flow in the event of a line break. And so we have not tried to calculate the volume released or that would have been released from a full guillotine cut of any services that are damaged. So it's just recognition that it's consistent with the state's greenhouse emission goals reductions, and but it doesn't quantify it.
Okay. Okay. I think it'd be helpful if you have CCAN Exhibit 10 just handy, because I'm going to just go through each item or several items in this list.
Which one was 10?
10 was the list of things the company has done to consider GHG emission reduction goals.
Can you give me the DR number?
It's OPC 216.
You did get a copy of
Oh,
this, didn't
yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about a different one. Yeah, I have it.
Sorry.
I think I have one. Thank you. I did have one. Okay, thanks.
Okay. So after you talk about excess flow valves in Exhibit 10, the next item on your list is pursuing opportunities to integrate local RNG supplies. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned RNG on page 23 of your direct testimony.
What's wrong with mine? Okay.
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. So starting there on line 1 of page 23, you talk
Could
about...
you repeat which testimony it is and what page we're on?
Sure. This is the direct testimony at
Okay.
page 23.
Okay, thank you.
And starting at line 1, you note that you discuss local supply / storage as one non-pipeline alternative the company considers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this section, you discussed how renewable natural gas, among other things, can be used to deal with pressure-challenged areas of a pipe network. Is that right?
Yes, again, it's, in this context, I was just talking about it as a source of local supply, and if we should be so fortunate that such a source be identified in an area where the infrastructure needs reinforcement, then it could act as that reinforcement. In the context of supporting the state's greenhouse gas emissions goals, I would say that RNG is generally seen as a carbon reduction opportunity because it offsets the need for fossil gas, and a lot of the RNG sources would otherwise represent methane sources into the atmosphere. So the extent they're harnessed and used for natural gas service, that's also a benefit.
Okay. But this portion of your testimony, that's not about greenhouse gas reductions, right? Associated with RNG.
No, it's just a note that in the right scenario, in the right location, it could offset the need for pipeline infrastructure.
Okay. And this portion of your testimony doesn't include a quantification of any GHG reductions associated with using RNG. Is that right?
No, we didn't quantify RNG impacts.
Okay. Thank you. So looking back at Exhibit 10, the next item on your list here is promoting energy efficiency and demand response programs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned energy efficiency and demand response programs on page 21 of your direct testimony.
I did.
Okay. And in this portion of your testimony, you don't mention any greenhouse gas emission reductions associated with these programs. Is that right?
No, I don't. This section of my testimony was intended to summarize NPAs, not other collateral effects of selecting any given NPA.
Right. Right. Okay, so then moving to the next item on your list in CCAN Exhibit 10, you said one thing the company does is send notices to affected customers asking if they're considering replacing their gas with electric appliances. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, and you mentioned that at page 23 of your direct testimony, if we could go there.
I see that.
Okay. And in this portion of your testimony, again, you don't note any GHG reductions associated with this practice of sending notices to customers about switching from gas to electric. Is that right?
It doesn't note that because we haven't had any uptake on those letters. Nobody's indicating an intent to electrify.
Right. And you acknowledge that in line 5 through 7, you state no customers have indicated they're planning to electrify through this process, right? Oh, sorry, lines 5 through 7.
On the next page,
Okay,
yes.
Next page, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
I see
okay.
that.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, so next up on your list in CCAN Exhibit 10, well, actually the second to last item here is proposing to construct a geothermal project. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't mention this project anywhere in your direct or rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
No.
Okay, so in the record in this case, there's no quantification of the GHG emission reductions associated with this project. Is that right?
No, we haven't executed the project. This testimony in this case was largely about what we did execute and want to move into rate base, so that has not been executed and is not quantified.
Okay. Okay. Now, Your Honor, I'd like to go ahead and mark CCAN Exhibit 11.
So marked. Go ahead and approach. There we go.
Okay, so this is CCAN Data Request 3-2, dated April 14th, and can you just confirm that this is your answer?
Confirmed.
All right, so in this question, we asked if the company conducted any forward-looking analysis of GHG emissions associated with the STRIDE projects included in this rate case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and your top line response is no. Is that right?
That's how the response starts, yes.
Right. And indeed, your whole response acknowledges that no forward-looking analysis of GHG emissions has been conducted by the company. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
It explains that we didn't do the forward-looking analysis because the full scope of the STRIDE 3, of what will be executed under STRIDE 3, has not been settled. So we can't do an analysis or an estimation, at least, once the scope is settled.
Okay, and so the question here focused on STRIDE projects included in this rate case, right?
That's true, yes.
Okay, and then your response was the company hasn't conducted any analysis of how those projects might reduce GHG emissions going forward into the future. Is that right?
Nope, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we can mark the last three exhibits all together. This would be exhibits 12, 13, and 14.
So marked. You're nowhere close to the record for exhibits, which I think is around 73, so.
Wow, okay.
Not in this hearing, rate case, of course.
We're not going for a record, are we?
You wouldn't be anywhere close to be competitive.
We're not encouraging.
Yeah. Well, I think.
Thank you.
So question 3.3 is going to be number 12.
Yes, CCAN DR 3.3 should be 12.
Okay.
3.5 should be 13, and then 3.6 should be 14.
Thank you.
And this is 14. Yeah.
Okay, so looking at CCAN Exhibit 12, which is CCAN data request 3-3, dated April 14th. Can you just confirm that this is your answer?
Yes, I
Okay.
can confirm that 12, 13, and 14 are all my answers.
Okay, thank you. So in this question, we asked if the company has conducted an analysis of the cost effectiveness of GHG reductions obtained through the implementation of STRIDE projects. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And your response is that the company hasn't conducted that analysis. Is that right?
yeah, we've consistently indicated that the greenhouse emissions reductions are not the intent behind the STRIDE program, that it's a collateral benefit. So while we do make an estimate based on the leak-prone materials eliminated, we don't pursue it as an aim of the program.
Okay. So, okay. So moving to CCAN Exhibit 13, which is CCAN Data Request 3-5, we asked if the company has conducted an analysis of future GHG emissions associated with the consumption of natural gas within its service territory. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And your response there was that the company hasn't conducted that analysis. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And then looking at CCAN Exhibit 14, which is CCAN DR 3-6, we asked if the company's GHG emissions associated with the consumption of natural gas within the service territory will increase, decrease, or stay about the same over time. Is that right?
That's the question, yes.
Okay. And you responded that the company hasn't conducted that analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and move CCAN Exhibits 6-14 into the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So no more questions for me.
All right, staff, I bet you have a ton of questions, don't you?
Now, just really one or two here. Simple, when is Washington Gas filing its next STRIDE plan?
Mr. Albert, can you bring your...
Your microphone.
When will Washington Gas be filing its next STRIDE plan?
I expect we'll stick with the cadence, so the year before the current plan would expire, I believe is kind of the normal schedule.
Okay. And I anticipate all the issues we're dealing with here, raised by specifically, obviously, OPC, those come up as part of the STRIDE review when it's a new STRIDE plan is filed.
I certainly expect they would, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, it's time. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, redirect.
Briefly, Your Honors. Well, I'll try to be brief. Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Murphy, you were asked some questions about whether you could point to something in the record that showed an abandonment project. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do recall that.
Okay. So, would you please turn to page KMM 05, page 7 of 66.
05.
05,
So
page 7 of 66. It's got,
exhibit to the direct testimony 5.
yeah, and it's got the pink heading on it, if that helps people.
Sorry, can you repeat that? This is on direct?
Yeah, it's in, excuse me, yeah, direct KMM 05, page 7 of 66. And if it helps people, it has the salmon colored table top.
7 of 66.
7 of 66.
Huh, okay.
Very small. Apologies, Your Honor. Let me know when you're there, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, I have it.
Wait, I'm getting there.
This is 7 of 66?
That's correct, Your Honor. KMM 05, page 7 of 66.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I am there. That is attachment A of the 2024 annual stride report.
That's correct. Page 1 of 20, yeah. Do you see, about halfway down the page, a project with the BCA number 303291?
Could you identify how many lines up? Because I get
It's about halfway up the page. Yeah, there's a lot. Yes. The BCA number is 30. Sorry, can you all hear me? 303291, and it is Chillum Road,
Yep. I see
Stride
that.
2. Do you all see that?
I do.
And do you see how there's a main retired number there? What does that represent?
I do see that. It indicates we retired 285 feet of bare and unprotected steel. And then over to the right, there's a set of columns that indicate main installation, and you can see nothing but zeros. So that is an example of of the type I was looking for, where we retired without installation to remediate, in this case, bare and unprotected steel, which is a higher risk leak prone asset.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. In your direct testimony, you've been asked lots of questions about proving a negative. Is that correct? You didn't, or you did consider something that didn't result in a stride project. Is that correct?
I think that's a reasonable way to characterize it, yes.
So I think it would help to put this in context. Can you turn to your diagram 1 in your direct testimony, please?
What page are we on?
what page?
Sure. It's page 12 of the direct testimony, and it's the pretty diagram.
Yeah, no,
I'm there.
You're there. Now, do you think this is a fair representation of how the company considers non-pipeline alternatives in its planning process?
At a high level, yes.
Okay. You have also been asked about the company's ability to pivot in the field when new information comes in, and there's a discussion around your rebuttal testimony of one specific project. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
And I heard you testify that project was well underway at the point that you determined that you had to incur more costs to connect to a solid piece of pipe.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Is it also your testimony that at that point most of the costs incurred were already incurred, and the company had gone a long ways into the project at the point you had to pivot? Is that right?
I would expect that to be true. I don't know exactly what the project cash flows look like, but if we were at the point of tying it in, it's likely that we had invested quite a lot in it.
Okay. And so your point is, by planning, as in diagram 1, tire system planning, you considered it there, and the company is structured such that when they're in the field, there's discretion given to the folks who are looking at that particular project around what the next best step would be. Is that right?
Yeah, they are executing the plan. They're confronted with the problem. They have to do some problem solving. They have the expertise to solve that problem. In this case, a couple of things strike me. One, it was a very corroded main, too corroded to tie into. So, first of all, it says we selected the right project. And then we excavate the point where we're trying to tie in, and we find more deterioration. So, of course, we need to mitigate that risk as we find it, and that's what the team ultimately did. So, yeah, those folks are in a position to make good choices in solving problems in the field like that.
Turning to the most recent direct that was going through different ways that GHG emissions could be reflected in a calculation. Do you recall that kind of line of questioning with all the discovery responses?
Yeah, I do.
Fundamental to your testimony, as I understand it, is that the company's planning process is trying to keep gas on the pipe. Is that right? In the system.
First and foremost, yes.
And to avoid a leak. Is that right?
Correct.
Which you'll call a failure, system failure.
A leak is a failure of one of our assets, yes.
And so excess flow valves was one of the questions you got asked about. Is that right?
It was.
So I thought I heard you say that has the benefit of keeping gas in the pipe, right?
When there is a damage or other severing of a service line, the excess flow valve acts to keep the gas in the pipe.
Are there other safety benefits with some of these NPAs?
Well, sure. I mean, an excess flow valve is an incredible safety improvement because, that whether it's the homeowner with a shovel or a landscaper with a backhoe or whatever it is, those folks they don't have gas blowing at them, and that is a much safer situation.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's 11:35 already. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will go to questions from the bench. So.
That's fine. I've talked enough about it.
Don't make me put a tracker chip on you. Okay, let's resume. We are going to start with Commissioner Suchman, and so the order will be Suchman, Hoover, McLean, Linton, and the chair. So Commissioner Suchman.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Before we start, I just realized we didn't move OPC Exhibit 3. We marked it, but we didn't move it into the record.
Without objection, which?
OPC Exhibit 3, which is the commission order
Okay.
9109.
Did we do 1 and 2? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, we already did 1 and 2
Okay,
yesterday.
without
Yep.
objection, so
Okay,
entered.
thank you so much.
Not at all.
Okay, so we're still at the good morning stage, so good morning, Mr. Murphy. I wanted to ask you some questions about the STRIDE project list and the non-STRIDE project list. And so I'm really going to just focus on your exhibits. So if you can go to your direct testimony and the original KMM 02.
The original 02.
Right,
Okay.
the original 02, which I know has been replaced with a new 02. But I wanted to ask a question about this. So if you can go to that.
I'm there.
Okay, good. And so you have a list. So this is your STRIDE project list, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you have a number of projects here with project location, and I went through the project location list, and they are all located in Maryland, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you are aware since Washington Gas was the subject of the order that the Court of Appeals in Maryland has determined that projects under the STRIDE list have to be located in Maryland. So,
That is
okay.
my understanding.
So let's go to your rebuttal testimony, and let's go to that same project list.
Where
KMM.
are we?
So this is so we're going to go to rebuttal, and my questions actually relate to what is listed as page 31 of 31. So this is the last page of the STRIDE project list, and so you made 2 additions to that project list. Is that correct?
I think we did
Right.
clean and redlined.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the red line because it'll just be easier to see. So it's M32 and M34. First, can you tell me what M32 is?
It's just kind of a project identifier, accounting designation.
Okay, so there's nothing sort of special about it. Doesn't identify location or.
I think M may mean Maryland, in terms of just a naming construct. But
Okay. So and it was a pretty sizable addition. It's almost about $24 million addition. Is that correct?
So
In those 2 projects.
I apologize. I haven't caught up with you.
Okay.
What?
So I have page 31 of 31. And this is in your rebuttal.
In rebuttal.
Right. And so this is the last page before KMM-3 clean.
Now I'm there.
Okay, good. All right, so you have these 2 projects that were added. Can you explain why those projects were added to the STRIDE plan, or the STRIDE project list?
So this text is almost infinitesimal, but the scattered
I get
service.
to blow it up so I can see.
I-
And if Ms. Francis has her magnifier, yeah.
Let me,
Yeah, she's.
I'm not kidding.
I think
We're full service here at the PSC. Come on.
I think
here
I've
she
got
comes.
I think I've got the gist of it. I'm
Okay.
just on the 3rd column over. I see.
You made her get up to get her magnifying.
Yeah, you might as well
glass.
wait.
Might as well.
Take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
It's got a light too. Yeah, so the second from the bottom, the M32,
Right,
scattered,
M32,
scattered
M32.
service replacements.
Right.
So those are eligible materials under the STRIDE plan that was filed that were replaced due to leaking. And so they weren't part of a planned project. They were reactive and replaced because they leaked.
Okay, but, so they weren't included in your direct testimony because,
I'm told it was an administrative oversight. Somebody missed it.
okay, and these project identifiers were included in your STRIDE, your most recent STRIDE plan?
Project identifiers. I'm not sure if I think scattered service replacements is identified in our STRIDE plan as something we would use the STRIDE funds to ameliorate. I don't know that the M32 designation is in there.
Okay, but this $24 million worth of replacement would have been reflected in your most recent STRIDE plan?
That's true.
Okay. And if you look to the column of location, you don't have an identifier.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to just write Maryland, but they are scattered throughout the service territory in Maryland.
Okay, and how do we know that they are in Maryland?
Well, we set up, again, the accounting designation there. As I said, the M likely stands for Maryland. That's the way we set up the accounting.
Well, you weren't sure what the M stood for. You thought it likely stood for Maryland.
Agreed.
Okay, so is there anything in the record for these two new project listings that where we would be able to see, yes, they are in Maryland?
I think my best answer is maybe. I would need to look and see how it's reflected in our annual STRIDE report filing, if there's further detail there.
In the record in this proceeding?
Yeah, we included a lot of the annual reports in this proceeding. But in terms of having them laid out in the exhibits, the way some of the other projects are defined, no, because they're treated as a bit of a blanket, and so when we have to go do that, it's charged to that account, and we don't necessarily treat each service that is replaced as its own discrete little project.
No, I appreciate that, but in order for us to know that these projects qualify for STRIDE, we need to know that they were placed in service in Maryland, and I can't know that from the term various. So I guess I can ask for this as a bench request.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be in the pre-file testimony somewhere.
Okay.
So, okay. Let's turn to the non-STRIDE projects. So this would be, this would be KMM3.
Correct.
And I've kind of gone through this exhibit, and I've identified 27 places where the project location is either Virginia. So for Virginia, I have 6. DC, I have 6. And then across WG, I have 15. So a total of 27 places where the project location is not specifically identified as Maryland. So, so I guess my first question is, have you, for those, and I'm assuming across WG means it's across your service territory? including Virginia and DC.
That's correct.
Okay.
We've done the same exercise yesterday when you kind of gave us a preview, and have filtered for those projects. And again, with it's in the pre-file testimony.
That's the key is okay. So for the 27 projects that don't have a specific Maryland designation,
Yep.
first, how did you determine cost allocation?
So how witness Nguyen would be best able to speak to how the allocations are developed. I can talk a little bit about why. So the line items that are labeled across WG, as an example, a good many of them are software. So we only have one billing system. It's used across all the jurisdictions. And so the customer information and billing system, any enhancements or version upgrades or whatever else was done in the course of this, that's allocated across, and accounting determines how that's done. I only have a very rudimentary understanding. I think it has to do with essentially deliveries.
Okay, and
Relative
the
deliveries in each.
explanation of how the software is allocated is in the pre-file testimony.
Yes.
Okay.
Or a data request. I'm not sure which.
Well, data request is not testimony. So if you can, so this will be part of the bench request is for all 27 of these identified projects, if you can reference to the specific place in the pre-file testimony.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Just to complete the thought, so there's the across WG. Then there are ones that are common plant versus situs. So anything, many segments on our transmission system connected to sources of supply have the ability to move gas across jurisdictional lines. And so all of those projects that fit that description, they are also allocated according to a method that accounting dictates.
Okay. So what we need to understand is that method for cost allocation, and also where it's located in the pre-file testimony.
Okay, that should be doable.
Okay, and if you can also have a description of for each of these 27 of what it is that you did.
Yeah, that actually is in my exhibit.
Okay. And even the well, some of them, I mean, you've got more of a description for Fairfax County, but some of the description is not helpful. So if we could have a clearer sense of what it is that was done, and then the last piece of this is and this has to be in the pre-file testimony as well. Where are the benefits identified for Maryland ratepayers?
So that's also a column in my exhibit. So I've got a column titled Project Description / Scope, a column titled Purpose / Need, and a column titled Customer Benefits / Risk Mitigated.
Where am I looking?
So it depends on which one you're looking at. In the rebuttal, unfortunately, this is one of these wide tables that for printing was chopped up into
I have it wider. So if you can explain to me where the benefits are.
So if you flip probably towards the back of, I'm looking at, for example, page 13 of 30 in the updated KMM3 in rebuttal.
Okay.
So for example, again, we kept that first project ID column so you can keep track of where you are, but that on 13, that's got the purpose and need as well as
You broke up okay, I didn't really appreciate that. Okay, so then you'd have to look again and match them up with M34 for project need. Okay.
I'm certain we provided it electronically too, which makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, but not for us. And this project need is specific to Maryland ratepayers, not to the project as a whole. So, if I'm looking at the Fairfax County, Virginia one, the $14 million.
Yep.
I need to know how Maryland ratepayers will benefit from that.
I'm happy to speak to that. So
Okay.
that happens to be on this page 13
Right.
of 30.
So that's what I'm looking at.
Funding project
Okay.
000003.
Yeah.
That project that is our oldest transmission strip, and part of its role, it does move supplies from receipt points in Virginia and has the capability to support Maryland, and it's part of our
Okay. I'm not seeing any specific reference to Maryland ratepayers. Where is that?
I imagine it's limited to the sentence in the benefits risk mitigated column, the segment's role in the overall system supply, the replacement necessary to continue safe, reliable, compliant service to customers.
Okay. How do I know that that is not a benefit to Virginia ratepayers, for example, or DC ratepayers versus Maryland? I need to actually have, I need something that identifies how Maryland ratepayers benefit and where it is in the testimony.
So it's also a benefit to Virginia customers, but I think purpose and need taken together with that statement of the benefit, this is a transmission line that receives supply that also is part of the solution for Maryland customers, and we've got such a load factor that there are instances in the summertime I could have my interconnected Maryland gate stations effectively shut in and feed the whole system from Virginia effectively. So this is part of this the commonly managed supply solution for all the jurisdictions. So if this pipeline, subject to its integrity risks, and again, it's our oldest transmission line, it's got a lot of known manufacturing and construction threats. Its reliability issues are Maryland's reliability issues, and so when we address them by replacement, we serve Maryland customers.
Okay. So if this is the basis for WGL's claim that Maryland ratepayers are going to benefit from this, and this is how we calculate how they benefit, that's what I need to know. If there's anything else in the pre-file testimony that supports this, we need to know that as well.
I will check.
Okay.
But there may be.
Okay. That's fine. That's all I have.
Before I go to Commissioner Hoover's staff, we have all this electronically, correct?
We'll have to check on that.
Okay, okay. Please check on that. Get back to us. Commissioner Hoover.
Okay, so if you could turn to page 12 of your direct testimony, this the capital system planning process chart you got.
Direct. Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay, so just so I understand this, in the middle there where it says plan projects / programs, this is for capital projects that are both stride and non-stride?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second one that says responsive projects, I take it those are emergency situations, storms, or people calling saying I smelled gas or something like that?
In part. So that M32 line item that I was discussing with Commissioner Suchman is an example of some of the responsive work we do. We also have non-emergency responsive work where our pipeline just is in the wrong location relative to someone's planned improvements, and we have to move it.
I see. Okay.
as an example.
All right, so flipping back to the plan project process, though, I thought I heard you say during Cross that you evaluate alternatives all throughout this planning process.
Yes.
So I guess what I want to know is, given these little steps, I mean, is there a part where these consideration of alternatives start and a part where it ends, given these steps that you have? Or do you, in fact, every step along the way, you're thinking about, is there another way to do this?
I think it certainly stops once we've placed it in service. We're done at that point. But that example on I think it was Annapolis Road is a good example. Even down as we're executing it, we're having to deal with emergent issues and solution a best path forward. So in those instances, yeah, we could be reconsidering what is our best path forward at that point. So yeah, I would say at least until it's placed into service, as long as we're problem solving, we're looking at alternatives.
Okay. And I take it the process sort of bubbles up. I mean, at what point in this process does this come to your desk?
It may not come to my desk. I don't approve every single project the company does. It would reach me in a delegation of authority, based on our delegation of authority process for signing off on the funds used to execute the project. So I suppose it varies. If there were more, sometimes I may get consulted if folks are considering an approach we've never used before, and we need to assess the value versus the risk of a brand new approach. I would expect I would be consulted in that instance, for example. But the way I would reliably know is by virtue of our delegation of authority process, as I'm required to sign off on those investments.
So I guess explain to me what is the process for moving it, each step along the way? I mean, who approves it to move on to step 2, step 3, step 4?
So the needs are identified by the whole community of asset owners and subject matter experts. Those are costed out and benefits evaluated and are moved into the process as candidates for funding. And we've got that kind of gray box of the capital budgeting process running alongside of this. There is often an investment required to get to a sufficient level of project definition to assess it. That happens before it enters the capital budget process, typically, at least for the planned activities. And so our engineering team determines when it's at an appropriate level of definition to be considered for a planned portfolio of work. I ultimately sign off on the annual plan on what we're setting out to accomplish, usually in the January, February time frame, and then we go into execution, and the individual projects are released according to the delegation of authority policy.
And so the budgeting process, I guess I see a line at the bottom here that sort of goes from the capital budget process over to the responsive projects. I think the way it works is if something happens, you fix it and you pay for it.
Yes, we often have to do a bit of a run rate type analysis because there is the known unknowns that we know we're going to experience, and that has to be accounted for in the overall planning horizon.
So how does the amount of responsive projects affect what you do with the planned projects?
It can. I mean, if we have a inordinate number of responsive projects, we may have to make choices because we ultimately have a limited amount of authorized funding.
Right. Okay. Okay, thanks.
McLean?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
If I understood your testimony on the issue of liners, in a nutshell, you say liners are more cost effective the bigger the diameter of the pipe. Is that correct? In a nutshell?
In a nutshell, yes.
Okay, but you were going to say something else.
That's been our experience, and honestly, that's even the vendor notes that those are the more ideal candidate projects are the larger diameter and in tough locations.
Did you have an opportunity to read MEA's rebuttal testimony, Ms. Lombardi?
I'm sure I did, yes.
Okay, I actually have a copy of it for you. I just have a couple questions. She, on page 5 and this is MEA's rebuttal, Ms. Lombardi. Page 5, she reproduces the chart that you used, I believe, in your rebuttal, sir.
Yes.
And was not swayed by your chart and your reasons. I was wondering, one, if you could provide a response to that, or a general overview of your response to her testimony and her concerns.
Let's talk about her reasons here.
Sure.
One at a time.
Yeah, and if you need a minute to read it, go ahead.
Well, first reason is the conventional direct bury treats as a monolithic approach, but the cost of open trench and horizontal drilling can vary significantly. I would say assessment of horizontal drilling as an alternative to direct bury and a third alternative to cast in place lining, yes, that would have to be, you would essentially have another screening chart like this one to be able to assess directional drilling. I don't agree that it's treats traditional pipe replacement as a monolithic approach. What's embedded in the cost ratios for traditional replacement is more complex than just a monolithic approach. There is some level of roll up of costs in unit rates where our construction contract bundles it as such. So if tie-ins are included in a per foot cost, then yes, it's included in that. But if they're not, these ratios are informed by the other activities that are required to affect the solution, just like we're proposing that the cast in place costs from the website, I mean, it's very transparent. They say it does not include a good number of activities that are absolutely required to put the solution in service.
And so when on page 6 in her second bullet, Ms. Lombardi says the figure lists unit costs for CIPL in excess of 700% of those provided by PPM. Is that essentially the reason why?
That's exactly right. And I actually have it as an exhibit in my rebuttal in PPM's frequently asked question. They list 7 or 8 items that they specifically exclude, and some of those are very costly.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Commissioner Litton?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm in your rebuttal testimony on pages 34 through 36.
Okay.
You responded to OPC witness Hopkins regarding your understanding of her understanding, or I'm sorry if it's her or his. His understanding of the company's damage prevention program. I am focused on, specifically on page 36, the end of your testimony. You have a table here, which, based on the footnote, incorporates data from PHMSA's website.
Yes.
So I do have electronic copies, so I followed the URL and it took me to PHMSA's website. But my questions about the data is this WGL Maryland data from 2016 onward, or is this just generic gas industry data?
It's industry data.
Industry data?
Yeah.
Okay.
And our risk model is also informed by industry data. for some of the threats that are low probability but high consequence. We use industry data to inform the risk analysis. Thankfully, we don't have enough severe incidents on the system to adequately inform that risk analysis.
Okay, well, that was going to be part of my next question. Is does Washington Gas data from Maryland resemble this data, or is it percentage-wise? Is it similar, or are we looking at something that's a little different?
I don't know that we've done a strict comparison to say how well Maryland fits the average. I would say that the fact that pipe well joint failure is high, that aligns with our Maryland experience. That is our number one threat. Number one risk in Maryland is leaks resulting from pipe well joint, and you can see it's certainly well represented in the PHMSA data, and it's one of the failure mechanisms that results in the more severe incidents, which was the point we were making here.
Okay, so the Maryland, Baltimore, well, not Baltimore, sorry for you, Maryland, and even D.C. region, some of the older systems in the country. Has it been your experience that the data that you're getting from PHMSA is reflective of or similar to data from other companies and other service territories where they might have newer equipment or different investment history and infrastructure, et cetera?
Depending on the data set, it very well could include kind of an industry-wide look at performance. But yes, I would say it does generally include all types of systems, including the newer ones.
Okay. So this data says from, according to the table, it says from 2016 onward. What's the end date? Yeah, it's obviously not until today, so what
I don't know. Perhaps PHMSA's website cites it, but I imagine they only update it on some cycle that I don't know what that. I don't know the cycle.
Okay.
It's probably not daily.
No, I don't think so. Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just have one quick thing. In one of your answers, you used as an example abandoned pipes, instances where demand had been reduced, and rather than downscoping the pipe, you just abandoned the project. So I basically have two questions. First is, how often does this sort of situation occur?
As I mentioned, that to go out and specifically target piping that are viable candidates for abandonment, that took a kind of a manual study. But every time we assess a replacement project, it's taking into consideration the customer is currently connected to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would say it's constantly occurring when we're evaluating replacement efforts. And if we have an area we're assessing for replacement, and frankly there are not very many customers remaining, we would only replace the infrastructure necessary to serve the remaining customers after they have been notified that we're coming through, and they have indicated they intend to stay on the system. So I would kind of say it's constant that we're assessing that in the course of our work.
I'm surprised by that. So I would presume, well, would this happen primarily in industrial and commercial contexts or in residential? Is there a prevalence to where this happens?
No, it happens. Again, we use the risk model to identify areas to focus on. And it just kind of prioritizes where we're going to send the engineers to look and say, what can we do to reduce the risks in this area? When they look, if there's a solution that incorporates some level of abandonment or total abandonment, then that's what they would pursue, because that's the cheapest way to resolve the risk. Now, if you're asking, are we constantly abandoning systems because we see our customers evaporating? No, we don't. I simply was making the point that it is built into our process. We don't see customers leaving the system. We see net growth in meters. But in certain pockets, you may find that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll break for lunch. We'll come back.
Sorry, I got to break one thing up.
Oh, sure.
Sorry. Not to keep everybody from lunch. Yeah. So regarding OPC's witnesses, I think the parties have been discussing, I haven't actually talked with staff yet, but essentially WGL is indicating that they may not have any or many questions for OPC's witnesses, and I haven't actually confirmed with the other parties, but basically we were sort of in the process of perhaps bringing it to the commission if the commission had to see if the commission had many questions for OPC's witnesses, and insofar as maybe if the commission doesn't have many questions, but it's sort of on the borderline of, well, I don't know if I want to have these guys fly out to ask one or two questions, I would just proffer that one, well, we're happy to have them appear.
Well, how many of them are flying out here?
All four of them.
All of them?
Yeah. We're happy to have them fly out and appear here in person. I would alternatively...
Well, here's what we'll do. We're about to take lunch. I'll talk to my colleagues, and we'll make this determination.
Well, I would also proffer that we'd be happy, in the alternative, perhaps we could have them appear virtually, if there's, a few questions.
If
I have no questions. Do you have questions?
you have a question?
I mean, I'd probably be for Hopkins.
For Hopkins. What about you?
We can defer till. And I haven't discussed it. I think staff might have. But yeah, I was just putting it out there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's eat something and make a decision after.
Of course.
Okay. So we will be back at 1:05. Okay, back at it. First things first. Yes, OPC, you can have your people testify remotely. But, I just want to say that I don't want to create this as a precedent. I just think that in this circumstance, it's warranted. And
Absolutely. Understood. Thank you.
Okay, save a couple of pennies from your budget there, so hopefully.
Much appreciated.
Okay. All righty then. In that case, we have a new attorney here. Give us your name and please spell it for the court reporter and present your first witness.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kristen Athens, spelled Kristin, last name Athens, Athens. From the law firm of McGuire Woods, LLP, appearing on behalf of the company. Washington Gas next calls Mr. Ned Alice to the stand.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
Yes.
Could you please state your first and last?
Yes. My name is Ned Alice, Ned. The last name is Allis.
And could you provide your business address?
It is 300 Sterling Parkway, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alice. Could you please state your place of employment?
Yes, I'm employed by Gannett Fleming Valuation Rate Consultants LLC, which is part of GFT Infrastructure, Inc.
And are you appearing today on behalf of WGL?
Yes.
And do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Ned W. Alice, consisting of a one-page summary, 48 typed pages of questions and answers, and 2 exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
Yes.
Do you also have with you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Ned W. Alice, consisting of a one-page summary, 24 typed pages of questions and answers, and 1 rebuttal exhibit, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes.
Were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to them?
Yes, I have one correction. On page 30 of my direct testimony, in footnote 15, it says 10Q. It should say 10K.
Thank you. And with that correction, if you were asked the questions appearing in your testimonies, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes.
And do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask that Mr. Alice's direct testimony and exhibits be marked for identification as WGL Exhibit 28 and admitted to the record.
So marked, without objection, so admitted.
And I would also ask that Mr. Alice's rebuttal testimony and exhibits be marked as WGL Exhibit 29 and admitted to the record.
So marked and so admitted.
The witness is now available for cross-examination.
AOPA?
Good afternoon, Mr. Alice. My name is Fran Francis, and I'll be asking you a few questions on behalf of AOBA.
Good afternoon.
Would you please turn to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony? Are you with me?
Yes.
At page 5, lines 20 through 21 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that, quote, depreciation rates that are too low contribute to the growth in rate base, as Mr. Oliver observes on page 13 of his direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Am I correct that you have not quantified the dollar amounts that depreciation rates that you assert are too low have contributed to the company's rate base growth?
No, I made an estimate of that. It was about $180 million.
And where is your estimate? Could you point me to that?
It's on page 8, roughly line 17 to 22.
Of your direct or rebuttal?
A rebuttal.
Page 8, where, could you point me to that $180 million estimate?
Sure. If I explain
Okay, go on.
line 17 to 22, I talk about that and how I calculated that figure.
Okay, but that is what you're stating there is the growth in depreciation. Is that correct? That 180 million?
No, that was an estimate of how much higher accumulated depreciation would be had depreciation rates not been too low in the past, which then in turn would be a reduction to rate base of a similar amount.
Okay, are you talking about that 180 million as a contribution, as an increase in the expense of depreciation?
No, that would cumulatively, that's an estimate of how much under recovery there has been in the past because of the different reasons I discuss in my testimony and what the kind of cumulative effect that would be today on accumulated depreciation and rate base.
Am I correct that you have not provided the commission the percentage of total rate base growth for Washington Gas's Maryland distribution system since case number 9704 that is attributable to depreciation rates that you assert are too low?
I think for the very specific thing you asked about, I didn't quantify that exact percentage.
Have you quantified it? You did not quantify it.
Correct.
Okay. Can I assume that you have read and are familiar with Mr. Oliver's direct testimony at page 13? And I'm going to hand you a copy if you don't happen to have it, unless counsel want to use your copy.
I have a copy of his testimony.
Please reference Mr. Oliver's direct testimony at page 13 and take a minute to refresh your understanding of that testimony. Can you point the commission to the specific language on page 13 of Mr. Oliver's direct testimony that you reference in your rebuttal testimony at page 5?
Maybe I'm not following your question exactly.
All right, let's take a step back if you're not following it. A bit earlier, we established on page 5 of your rebuttal, you state, and I'm looking at line 19. However, the company's current depreciations are too low to equitably recover cost, and depreciations that are too low contribute to the growth in rate base, as Mr. Oliver observes on page 13 of his testimony. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so you attributed that statement to Mr. Oliver on page 13 of his testimony. So now I asked you to look at page 13 and show me where on that page Mr. Oliver made that statement.
I'm not saying here he made that statement. I'm saying that he talks about the growth in rate base on page 13 of his testimony.
He talks about the growth of rate base, but there is no mention of that being due to depreciation in his testimony, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't intending to say that here.
Okay.
Would you like me to explain a little bit more what I mean by it?
No, you answered my question. Thank you. Now, please turn back to your rebuttal at page 5. Now I'm focused on line 19, where you reference, quote, current depreciation rates that are too low to equitably recover cost, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Am I correct that nothing in your file direct or rebuttal testimonies details the methods and calculations that you use to assess the value of the inequities that you associate with the company's current depreciation rates?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I talk in both, I think, my direct and rebuttal about, for example, with cost of removal, how the company has been spending close to $8 million a year in cost of removal and recovering less than $1 million a year. So that would be pretty pronounced inequity.
Okay, but there's no specific stated value of the inequity?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, we talked about the $180 million number earlier, and actually, you know, while we're on the rebuttal, there's a nice chart that kind of shows the other numbers I was just saying. So if you go to page 10 of my rebuttal testimony, figure 2, it shows the first 2 bars in that chart show. The first bar is what the company's been incurring per year in cost of removal, and the second is what's been recovered. What you're recovering per year, because it's future cost removal, should be higher than what you're spending. And you can see here that it's considerably lower. So that would be a quantification on an annual basis of how much of under recovery there is just on the cost removal side.
Now, what person or part... Oh.
Pull the microphone a little closer.
Sorry. Okay. What person or parties are most negatively affected by the inequities that you perceive? Is it the company's shareholders? Is it past ratepayers? Is it current ratepayers? Future ratepayers? What persons are most negatively affected by the inequities that you're discussing?
Well, when it comes to intergenerational equity, that's looking at equity across time with different generations of customers. And so if depreciation is too low, it would be future customers that are most impacted by that. Now, you know, I talk a lot about the present value method used in Maryland, which has been used for some time. So current customers are adversely affected by that as well. But that inequity will grow over time unless we correct course.
Okay, so you're saying the most impacted are future ratepayers and current ratepayers, correct?
In terms of equity, where we're looking at customers, yes, you'd be looking across the different generations.
Are the company's shareholders negatively affected?
I've not assessed that. I think that they possibly could be over time, if there's risks of not recovery and things like that. But in terms of equity and what I'm talking about here, it's looking at different generations of customers.
Okay. Can you explain how the company's shareholders would be adversely affected over time?
So, you know, if I talk about this a little bit too, obviously I think we know there's change going on in the energy industry, but there's a risk of significant changes, I think, in gas systems in the gas industry. I've looked at this in other jurisdictions and stuff as well. But if we're behind on recovering costs through depreciation, that is only going to increase those risks and make it more difficult to address those changes and things like that. So that's an example of how, I suppose, shareholders could be affected in the future. Now, I think that risk is probably more pronounced for future customers, particularly in a scenario where that customer base would be smaller. There would be fewer people to be able to bear those costs that equitably should have been paid kind of over the service lives of the assets.
Okay. Now, please turn to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony. And I'd like you to look at figure 1 on that page. Okay. Now, in the first column on figure 1, we find what you have labeled current depreciation, which represents $63 million annual expense. Is that correct?
Yes, as of the point in time of this calculation, that would be calculated by applying the current depreciation rates to those plant balances.
Now, the next three columns in Figure 1 are labeled at the bottom of the chart as 1, changes in balances, 2, changes in estimates, and 3, changes in net salvage method. Are those the changes to WGL's annual depreciation expense that you recommend in this proceeding?
So my recommendation is, not exactly, my recommendation is the proposed depreciation. Some of those things just happen automatically. The changes in balance is purely a mechanical result of doing the calculation based on current balances rather than when the last study was done. The changes in estimates would be service life and net salvage estimates that I have recommended. And then the changes in net salvage method would be my recommendation to use the straight line method for recovery of net salvage that's used really in almost every other jurisdiction as opposed to the current present value method.
So how are those numbers that you are recommending different from the numbers in your Figure 1?
So maybe I'm not following your question exactly, but the changes in balance is something that anybody would do just by doing a calculation. It's not a recommended, say, service life or net salvage estimate. So the changes in estimates would be the net salvage and service life estimates I recommend, what those impacts are, and the change in net salvage method is a recommended change in methodology. But I think the point there being that every time you do a depreciation study, there's just changes that happen automatically due to the mathematics of updating for new balances, and those aren't really, I wouldn't classify those as as a recommended estimate or something like that in the study. So that's the distinction I'm drawing there.
Looking at the last column, does that indicate that the company's, Washington Gas's, total annual Maryland depreciation expense would be $88.8 million?
Yes, insofar as for the assets that are involved in this calculation.
Okay. Now, I'm going to give you an exhibit. Your Honor, the commission has this. I passed it out earlier. Your Honor, and what I would like to mark as AOBA Exhibit 1.
So marked.
It's from case number 9704. It's from the direct testimony of Robert E. Turanimi. There's a cover page and a table of contents, and there's pages 1 through 4. The only page that I'm going to focus on is the first page. I just gave the whole document just to give it context, and I do have a full copy of witness Turanimi's testimony if counsel or the witness needs to see it. Now, please direct your attention to Exhibit RET1, page 1 of 4, from case number 9704, and I'm going to ask you to specifically reference line 4 under operating expenses on that page, which is labeled depreciation. Do you see that?
I see that. I'm not familiar with this testimony or document, but I do see that.
Okay. And would you agree that what is indicated in Mr. Turanimi's testimony from case number 9704, and that is indicated on this exhibit, is that after all of the company's proposed rate-making adjustments, The pro forma Maryland amount of depreciation expense is $39,756,305 million.
I see that number there. I don't know everything that's gone into those calculations.
Well, if you look above it, actually, if you look on column E, you can see that's the Maryland rate making amount. Then you look at column F, and it says pro forma adjustments. And then if you look at the Maryland amount in column G, it says G equals E plus F. And that's where my question comes from. The $39,756,305 is the pro forma Maryland amount for depreciation expense from case number 9704. You see that?
I see it.
Okay. Now, should the commission understand that before any of your proposed changes to the company's Maryland depreciation rates, the company's annual depreciation expense increases from less than $40 million in the company's last Maryland case, 9704, in this case, to $63 million that is indicated in your figure 1 on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony?
So as I said before, I don't know what went into that $39 million number. I'll note that it says December 31st, 2022, so that would be different from how the $63 million is calculated here, because the $63 million is based on 2024 balances. I'm also not sure if other things like amortization of general plant would also be included, and I don't know this other schedule enough. I can tell you the $63 million is calculated by applying the currently approved depreciation rates to the plant balances that were used in the depreciation study, which are as of 2024.
Okay. Well, let's assume for purposes of my questions that this approximately $39 million figure was the result of case number 9704, and now we are looking at the $63 million, which you have labeled current depreciation rates in this proceeding. Agreed?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Okay, let me say it this way. I'll make sure we're focused on the same number. So I'm focused on the $39 million. I'm also focused on the $63 million that you have labeled current depreciation. And what I'm asking you is, does that change from less than $40 million in the company's last base rate case for current depreciation expense represent a greater than 50% increase before any of your proposed, depreciation adjustments are applied?
So, no, I can't answer that because, as I've said, I don't know what's gone into calculating that $39 million number. There might be some other adjustments. Looking at this schedule alone, it wouldn't surprise me if the amortization of general plant in row 5 and maybe even the amount in row 6 should be included to make it. They're not the same thing.
Well, they're from different time periods, we agree. Do we not? Because one is from case number 9704 and one is from this proceeding, correct?
I would agree with that, and I wasn't a part of the previous case.
Well, let's assume for purposes of this question that that $39 million number was the pro forma rate-making depreciation amount that came out of last case. And would you agree that going from the $40 million in the last case to the $63 million that is listed as your current depreciation, that shows an increase of over 50% before any of your adjustments to depreciation have been applied in this proceeding?
No, I don't know how to make that assessment without knowing more about that prior number. I don't know that they're an apples-to-apples comparison, so I can't agree to that without knowing more about it. And I'm not familiar with the schedule that you've given me from the previous case.
Okay. If we assume that for purposes of my question, the $40 million that we're discussing from case number 9704 was a comparable figure to the depreciation expense that you're recommending in this case? Is it correct that after application of your proposed depreciation expense adjustments, would you accept that the company's claimed depreciation expense represents a greater than 120% increase over the level of the company's last approved annual depreciation expense?
Objection, Your Honor. This question has been asked and answered multiple ways. It doesn't matter how we dice the math, percentages, or multiple addition, subtraction. I think we need to move on.
Your Honor, this question is different from the last one. This focuses on his increase to $88 million from the $40 million in the last case. My other questions went to the $40 million and the current $63 million where we're starting this case as. They're different questions.
Okay, I'll overrule, but please.
It's my last
Try-
question
yeah.
on this. It's my last question. Do you remember the question?
Could you mind asking it again?
Sure. We're assuming that $39 million in depreciation expense is a comparable number from case number 9704 to the depreciation expense number that you're recommending in this case. So after your proposed depreciation expense adjustments, would you accept that the company's claimed annual depreciation expense represents greater than 120% increase over the level of the company's last approved annual depreciation expense?
So it sounds to me like that's predicated again on that same number, and I don't think.
And
that-
I asked you to assume for the purposes of this question that that number is comparable.
So you're asking me to assume that something's comparable that I don't know if it's comparable. I'm not comfortable answering that question. The comparison I've shown here on figure 1 is an accurate comparison of what the depreciation study impacts would be based on the balances we've used in the depreciation study.
Is there anything in your filed testimony or exhibits in this case that specifically addresses the reasonableness and the prudence of either Washington Gas's claimed cost of removal or its actual net salvage costs?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness is not here to testify to the prudency of actual removal costs. That would be better for a company witness.
Your Honor, if he doesn't know the answer, that's fine, but I think
I think I'm going to sustain her objection.
Okay. Which is the Washington Gas witness that counsel is suggesting I ask that question to?
That would have been an operational witness, which was Kevin Murphy, who just appeared.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all that I have, but I would like to move into evidence AOBA Exhibit 1.
Without objection, so entered.
That's all.
Entered.
That's all.
Are you, you're finished?
I'm finished, yes.
Okay. People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alice. In honor of my former colleague Gary Alexander, I have 2 hours prepped on on the CARFR. I'm just kidding. No questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, he would appreciate it.
MEA? No questions. CCAN? Okay. Staff?
Your Honor, staff does have some questions. Thank you. All right. So hello, Mr. Alice.
Hello.
All right, to begin today, is it accurate to say that in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, you discussed depreciation, and in that context, you have proposed, as I think you just mentioned, abandoning the long-established present value method of calculating net salvage in Maryland and moving instead to the traditional method of calculating net salvage?
So there was a lot there. I would agree that A, I talk about depreciation, and B, I recommend moving to the traditional method from the Maryland present value method, although I would characterize the traditional method as not only long established, but longer established across the country and had been used here prior to 2007 as well.
But you would agree that the present value method of calculating net salvage has been used in Maryland since 2007?
I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you. Could you refer now to page 12 of your direct testimony, and specifically lines 11 through 17? Let me turn to that. Oops. All right.
You said page 12, lines 11 through 17?
Yes, page 12 of your direct testimony, lines 11 through 17.
Yes.
All right. So, in discussing the manner by which depreciation is calculated, you give an explanation of the remaining life technique, correct?
Yes.
And you state on page 12, at lines 11 through 12, that or 11 through 17, excuse me, that the remaining life technique allocates the remaining undepreciated service value of an asset or group of assets over the estimated remaining life of the asset or group of assets, correct?
Yes.
And you further state there that the remaining life technique therefore incorporates a self-correcting mechanism that will adjust depreciation expense for any over or under recoveries that have occurred in the past, correct?
It will, and as long as those assets are still in service, it would make that adjustment over their life. Although if assets have already been retired, then it kind of does it over the remaining portion of the group.
But the sentence I just read to you is a quote from your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And you then state there that, quote, the remaining life technique ensures that the full service value of a company's assets is recovered through depreciation expense, no more, no less, end quote. Is that correct?
That would be the intent of the remaining life technique, yes. And there is a distinction that I draw earlier there about assets and groups, and some of that may play into things depending on the context.
All right, so if we could turn now to page 14 of your direct testimony, and specifically lines 6 through 7. So do you state there that you used the remaining life technique in the depreciation study that you prepared and filed in this case?
Yes, I do, and I draw a distinction that I don't use the Maryland present value method, which does not incorporate the remaining life technique as cleanly, and which can lead to issues.
All right. So would you agree that under remaining life calculations, it is not possible for a company to have a permanent under recovery for its service value over time?
No, I wouldn't agree with that in all circumstances.
Would you agree that that is generally the case?
In most instances, it's the case, but as an example, because of the use of the Maryland present value method, I talk about this, but most, if not all, of the utilities in Maryland are in what is kind of a current under recovery situation where the costs of assets that have already been retired had not yet been recovered at the time of their retirement.
Can you tell me what support you've provided in the record for that statement that most Maryland utilities have under recovered for depreciation?
Yeah, I cite to, and I corrected the reference earlier, but if you look at Exelon's 10K, each of their utilities have a regulatory asset for cost of removal, which means that the accumulated depreciation for cost of removal is negative. Definitionally, that means that those companies have spent more on cost removal than they've recovered through depreciation over the entire lives of their assets. Definitionally, that's also intergenerational inequity. But that would be an example of that under recovery. And then the figure that I pointed to earlier in my rebuttal testimony shows the kind of the difference in the burn rate, I guess you will, for Washington Gas, but that the company's been spending close to $8 million a year in cost removal and recovering less than $1 million. While I don't think it's in a regulatory asset position quite yet, it will get there very soon. And so, at least for each of those utilities, those are support and reasons for why that's happened. I've drawn that out in other testimonies for those other companies as well. This has been a persistent problem for some time.
And have you submitted any of that information into the record in this case?
The stuff I just talked about, I put in this case.
Okay, so specifically, you are referring to page 30 in your direct testimony at footnote 24, is that correct?
Yes.
So you are saying that the basis for your statement that all utilities in Maryland have under-recovered for depreciation is a single 10K provided by a single group?
No, that's where you can go to see the number, but I've done those depreciation studies for those other utilities, so I've been kind of watching this in real time over the last, say, 2 decades or so. And I mean, I've done a lot of analysis on this through the years, and it's rather clear that the Maryland present value method, for reasons I talked throughout my testimony, but has been significantly under recovering costs.
So you're saying that we should take that statement as true based on your word that you have said that in other proceedings?
No, you can go look at
And
the
that 10K?
You can go look at the 10K and see those balances. Those are on those companies' books and records. I mean, I have a lot of other testimony in here about it as well, and have in other cases too.
Have you submitted that in the record in this case? Any of that?
Sorry, are you asking if I've submitted?
Any of the testimony, any of the data that you have submitted in other cases other than that single 10K?
I've submitted my testimony here that's in the record that talks
Here,
about it.
and in that testimony, do you have any further data showing that all Maryland utilities have under-recovered for depreciation?
We were just talking about their balances on their books that demonstrate that without any doubt that they've under-recovered their cost removal. If you have a regulatory asset for cost removal, you've not recovered enough cost removal through depreciation, and that, I mean, that means clear as day that you have under-recovered cost of removal.
And so you just referenced, if you look at the balances on their books, have you provided the balances on their books for any of those to substantiate that?
They're on those 10Ks.
For those 3 companies,
Yes.
but not for all Maryland utilities, correct?
That would be a lot of them, yeah.
And that would be one 10K for 1 year, is that correct?
You can actually look at the 10K for more than 1 year if you want to see those numbers more times.
But
And
you have not submitted or referenced those in the record until today?
It's in my testimony right here.
You refer to one 10K.
Well, Exelon owns Pepco, BGE, and Delmarva, so that would be 3 operating companies. And
Right, 3
BGE
companies.
has electric and gas.
Well, I don't want to belabor this, but it appears that it's one 10K for a group of companies owned by a single corporation, correct? And is that correct?
Sorry, what's your question?
That you have submitted, you have referenced one 10K for one group of companies owned by a single corporation?
On this page, yes.
Okay. And have you provided anything else in any other testimony submitted?
Objection, Your Honor. She's asked this question multiple times.
We can move on. We can move on. All right, so let's return now to page 14 of your direct testimony at lines 6 through 7. All right. So is it accurate to say that if net salvage were over-recovered, in other words, if, we're talking about over-recovered this time, in other words, if accruals for future cost of removal exceeded actual cost of removal expense for a given fraction of time, this period of over-recovery would not result in a permanent over-recovery of net salvage.
So,
Using the remaining life procedure.
I mean, I think the answer may be yes to that, but I mean, there's a lot of different moving parts to it. You would be revising estimates, and the remaining life technique would kind of correct for that up or down.
Okay. And is it accurate to say conversely that if net salvage were under-recovered, in other words, if accruals for future cost of removal fell below actual cost of removal expense for a given fraction of time, that period of under-recovery would likewise not result in a permanent under-recovery of net salvage?
So that one is not necessarily. It could depend on the circumstances, but there is a difference between under and over recovery in the sense that if you're under recovered, you can get to a point where you're at the end of the life and full recovery hasn't happened and there's no more time to correct for that. Whereas using the remaining life technique, if depreciation ends up being a little bit too high, there's generally still time to self-correct because there is remaining life. So in other words, an under recovery risk is more pronounced because you can get to the end of the life without full recovery. They're not symmetric in that regard.
So you're saying that it would depend on what particular segment of time you were looking at, whether it was the end of that service life or earlier on. So it really would depend on the specific segment of time chosen to look at.
That may be a factor, but there's also, it's also what the life is, each of the other characteristics to that as well.
All right. Moving on now, let's see. If you could now turn to page 7 of your direct testimony, lines 5 through 9. We have some questions about the present value method of calculating net salvage.
What page are you on again?
Page 27 of direct.
Okay,
of
thank you.
Alice's direct testimony, lines 5 through 9.
I should pay attention better.
Oh no, it's fine. There's a lot to keep track of here. All right, I myself have to. All right. All right, Mr. Alice, are you ready? Okay. You state there, quote, "The Maryland present value method incorporates the same method of estimation as the traditional method, but once those estimates are established, it applies a discount rate to calculate a present value of future net salvage." Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it accurate to state that in calculating net salvage, both the present value method and the straight line method start at the same point, namely the initial estimate of net salvage costs, and then under the present value method, one would apply a discount rate to that estimate, while under the straight line method, one would simply allocate those costs in even amounts over the service lives of a utilities assets?
Yes, that would be accurate, and that would be one reason why the Maryland present value method under recovers those costs.
So, from a very simplified perspective, when using the present value method, could one think of the overall net salvage calculation as involving two steps? The first step being the estimation of future costs of removal, and the second step being the application of the present value method to those estimated costs.
Yes.
Is it possible that adjusting the net salvage estimates that form the basis of that calculation could cause that present value calculation to produce different net salvage amounts?
Yes, that would be true for any method. Changes in the estimates would change the amounts.
All right, thank you. And now if we could turn to pages 10 through 11 of your rebuttal testimony. And refer to figure 2, entitled Comparison of Existing and Proposed cost of removal accruals with incurred cost of removal.
You said figure 2?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So do you state on page 11 of your rebuttal testimony that in that graph, the bar labeled COR expense, which is on the far left, shows that the average annual cost of removal, or net salvage expense, actually incurred by the company during the period from 2020 to 2024 was $7.6 million?
Yes.
All right. And now, please turn to page 16 of your rebuttal testimony and refer specifically to lines 24 through 25, 24 through 25. So do you state there that for demonstrative purposes, you calculated depreciation rates using an adjusted set of initial net salvage estimates that are higher than the currently approved estimates?
Yes, and they also end up with higher accruals than what I've recommended with the traditional method.
So please refer now to the next page, page 17 of your rebuttal testimony, and the bar graph in figure 3 on that page entitled Comparison of Experienced and Proposed Cost of Removal Accruals with Revised Net Salvage Estimates. You describe there a hypothetical net salvage accrual scenario in which you increase the net salvage percentage or estimate for mains and services to negative 100% as compared to the currently approved estimates of negative 2% and negative 13% for mains and services. And then you use those negative 100% estimates to calculate net salvage using the present value method with a 5% discount rate. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And in this scenario, the text on page 17 and the bar on the far right labeled, it's a pink bar labeled Revised Net Salvage Estimates in figure 3, show that the present value calculation using the negative 100% net salvage estimates resulted in annual net salvage accruals of $18.7 million, while the second bar on that graph shows that the company's actual cost of recovery accruals were $7.6 million, as you mentioned a few minutes ago. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe that that shows that the company's proposal is reasonable.
All right. So I understand that you are not actually proposing these revised net salvage estimates because they are significantly higher than what you have actually proposed in this case. But this hypothetical scenario suggests, does it not, that there is some level of estimated net salvage percentages or estimates that, when used to calculate net salvage under the present value method, would produce a higher level of recovery than the actual recovery recorded from 2020 to 2024 and shown in the COR accruals bar of that graph.
Your question is, could you it sounds like your question is, could you hypothetically put inputs into the present value method that would get a higher number than what's being recovered? I mean, the answer to that is yes, but I don't think, but first of all, that's not happened. Nobody has proposed that in this case. And second, the only proposal that recovers an adequate amount of cost removal is the one I've recommended with the traditional method. And I think it also speaks to another issue with the method, that if you have to kind of keep playing with the inputs of it until you get a reasonable result, that gives some evidence that there's a problem with the method itself.
Okay. So we were just talking about if you change the estimates, that could change the outcome. And so since the scenario scenario you described here, the hypothetical, in this figure, shows that the use of the higher estimated net salvage percentages in calculating net salvage using the present value method produced annual accruals of 18.7 million, which is more than double the actual $7.6 million 2020 to 2024 cost of removal expense shown in the first bar of the graph. Is it possible that using the higher estimated net salvage percentages posited in your scenario could cause the company to actually over-recover for future net salvage in this hypothetical?
Sorry, you're asking if a hypothetical number I calculated here would cause the company to over-recover cost removal?
Yes, so in this hypothetical, if the company is recovering 18.7 million, and that's more than double the actual $7.6 million from the 2020 to 2024 cost of removal expense, is it possible that using that hypothetical higher estimated net salvage percentage could cause an over-recovery of future net salvage?
I mean, we wouldn't know that for some time. I suppose it's possible. I do think that there is data support in recent years that suggests that those inputs could potentially be reasonable. But again, I mean, what I've recommended is the traditional method bar here, which I think is the most reasonable level of recovery.
Okay. Is it, talking about the traditional method, is it also accurate to say that the third bar from the left in the graph in figure 3 shows that the use of negative 100% net salvage estimates when calculated under the traditional method resulted in annual accruals of approximately 9.5 million?
Sorry, you're asking is the traditional method bar close to 9.5 million?
Yes.
Approximately, yes.
So since the present value calculation of annual net salvage accruals using the negative 100% estimated net salvage percentages under the present value method produced annual accruals of 18.7 million, which is significantly more than the approximately 9.5 million in annual accruals produced when using the traditional method. This hypothetical scenario also suggests that there is some level of estimated net salvage percentages or estimates that when net salvage is calculated using the present value method would produce a higher level of recovery than the traditional method, as is shown in this graph, correct?
I think your question was whether, it sounded like your question was whether you could have inputs to the present value method that would result in higher expense than different inputs to the traditional method, which the answer to that would be yes.
Okay. So if one found, therefore, that a utility had not recovered its actual net salvage costs over a particular 5-year fragment or segment of time, is it possible that a cause of that under recovery could have been that the cost of removal estimates proposed in the previous rate case were too low?
Is that a purely hypothetical question?
Is that possible?
So with any depreciation study, the estimates are one of the inputs, so it's possible that that could impact things. Now, again, we also know, and I think that the evidence over the last 20 years is pretty compelling, that the present value method under recovers those costs. So it could be both, but the method is definitely one of the key contributing factors to that. But you may have had estimates that were lower as well, and I've recommended increasing some of those estimates in this study.
All right. And just to be clear, in your discussion, your rebuttal testimony, you have chosen a particular 5-year period of time to concentrate on, correct?
With regards to what?
The calculation of net salvage, whether the company has over or under recovered its net salvage in the past.
The numbers shown here are yes from the past 5 years.
Okay. All right, thank you. We have no further questions for this witness.
Redirect?
Yes. Mr. Alice, you were asked some questions about AOBA Exhibit 1. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And that exhibit was from the direct testimony of a company witness in a prior rate case. Is that right?
That's what it looks like to me, yes.
And this is not exemplary of the commission's final order on depreciation in that rate case, right?
I would expect that there could have been changes throughout the rate case process, yes.
All right. You were also asked questions about a 10K from staff. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And they were stating that, talking about evidence that you had placed in the record regarding your statement that all utilities in Maryland had experienced under recoveries. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And you filed an Exhibit 2 to your direct testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
And that listed all cases that you had provided depreciation testimony in. Is that right?
Yes.
And that list included testimony given in this Maryland jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
And citations to those cases, correct?
Yes.
And so that testimony would be publicly available on the commission's website for others to see?
Yes.
And the evidence could be found in those publicly available documents supporting that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were also asked questions about a segment of time or under recoveries being temporary for depreciation. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that the company is experiencing an under recovery at this time?
Yes, and I also, absent a change to the traditional method, I don't believe that to be temporary.
And I think you got to my next question. So if depreciation rates approved in this proceeding are not high enough to recover current costs, the under recovery will continue in time, right?
Yes, and I think in that graph we looked at earlier, I kind of compared to each of the proposals, and the only one that wouldn't result in that under recovery going forward would be the company's proposal with using the traditional method.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. We'll start with Commissioner Hoover.
Actually, no questions.
Shocker. McLean.
I have a few. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well.
Ms. Purvis hit on a few of the ones I was going to touch on, but just so these are more clarification questions for me. So any unrecovered amounts in this case, say, you ask for X, we say you get, 5. Those amounts are carried forward until the next rate case, correct?
I think effectively, yes. I mean, what happens is whatever the depreciation rates are, those will accrue to accumulated depreciation. So if the depreciation rates are, let's just say 5 million lower or whatever, it would be annualized, but you would have that difference would be less of a reduction to accumulated depreciation. So what it would mean is when you get to the next study, A, the depreciation rates would have to be higher to make up for that, and then B, rate base would be higher by roughly the cumulative difference as well.
Which is attributes to the intergenerational inequity that you referenced, sir?
So it does. It's related to that. That's right. Yeah, because with depreciation, you want to try to get it right. You want to get it so that it's an even distribution over the life, so kind of everyone's paying their fair share.
Right. And in terms of the, I think you were discussing with Ms. Purvis, one of the, I don't want to say criticisms, but one of the points Mr. Guerin brought up was, well, your estimates are just too low, and you should increase them. But your estimates are based on, the depreciation study, correct? It's not just easy. It's just not saying, oh, we'll make this 5%, 10%.
No, that's right. The study incorporates a review of historical data, analyses of that data. I take site visits and meet with subject matter experts from the company and kind of incorporate all those factors into developing estimates.
Okay. And you were talking with Ms. Francis about the $180 million I don't want to call it savings because there was higher and lower. Was that an estimate, as I understood your testimony, if the traditional method had been used since, I don't know if you specified, but if we'd never gone to this method that we use currently, if traditional method is used, ratepayers in theory could have saved 180 million, again, based on your rough estimates, or?
So generally, yes, based on those rough estimates, that 180 million was the difference between where I calculate accumulated depreciation would be compared to where it is, with one of the biggest reasons being the present value method.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Commissioner Litton? Thank you, no question. Commissioner Suchman?
Well, I was going to ask 2 hours worth of questions also, but I think I'm going to let you go. So, no questions.
Speaking as the only accountant on this commission, no questions. Okay, please call your next witness. Oh, you're right. I mixed it up.
Hours, right.
I mixed it up with it. All right. Yeah, you got mad at me.
He did get mad at you. I think he got mad at everybody.
Yeah, he did.
The company calls Fong Win.
How do you pronounce her name, her first name?
Whole truth and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give? Could you please state your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Fong, Phung. Last name is Nguyen, Nguyen.
And could you give us your business address?
My business address is 6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia, 22151.
Oh, please proceed. I'm used to other companies just diving in there, so forgive me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wynn, please state your business address for the record and your position of employment.
My business address is 6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia, 22151. I am the Regulatory Accounting Manager at Washington Gas.
And do you have with you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Fong Win, consisting of a one-page summary, 31 typed pages of questions and answers, and 7 exhibits, which was filed in public version and confidential version in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
Yes, I do.
And do you have with you a corrected version of your exhibits PTN 1 through PTN 3 and also PTN 6, which were filed in public version only with your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
And do you wish for the corrected exhibits, PTN 1 through PTN 3, to entirely replace those filed with your direct testimony, and that the corrected exhibits that are labeled PTN 6 replace the appropriate portions of your exhibit PTN 6 that was filed with your direct testimony?
Yes.
Finally, do you have with you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Fong Win, consisting of a one-page summary, 19 typed pages of questions and answers, and 2 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes.
Were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections or additions to them?
Not at this time.
If you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes.
Do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I ask that Ms. Wynn's direct testimony be marked as WGL Exhibit 30.
So
and
marked.
30C, and 30C.
So
and moved.
marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. And move for admission.
Yes, with, so admitted.
And your rebuttal testimony be marked Exhibit 31, and moved into the record, please.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
OPC.
No questions from.
Oh, no I didn't hear you. Okay. People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Miss Nguyen. Is that right?
Yes, good afternoon.
South Vietnamese?
Nguyen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Come on, you should have known that. I'm Indian American and I knew that.
Well, anyway, I won't.
It's your fault for teasing us about the 2 hours of questions.
Well, yeah, no, I take that, absolutely. Could you please turn to Mr. Lako's direct at line 10? Do you have that, or,
I don't have Mr. Lako's testimony.
you guys, I think I have a copy.
You got it? Okay. I got it.
You got it?
Say direct.
Yes, his direct, I guess the clean errata version.
Approach.
Thank you. Sorry, which page and line again?
Page 10, line 17.
Page 10. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. There he defines cash working capital as the cash necessary to finance the day-to-day operations of the utility. Do you agree with that definition?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're familiar with Mr. Lako's recommendation to not include depreciation expense in the company's cash working capital?
Yes, I've read that argument.
So if we could talk a little bit about, generally depreciation expense is a accounting practice that reflects the fact that as assets get older, they lose value, right?
Depreciation is an expense of, yes, it's a depreciation, it's the expense of the reserve record. It's an accounting entry to record the reserve for that month. That is.
Okay, so if I could just use
for that month. Yes.
I guess if we could go through a really simplistic example. So say the company owned a truck that cost them $10,000 to buy.
Yeah.
And then the company expected that truck to last 10 years, and just like using really simplistic straight line method, if you think the $10,000 truck is going to last 10 years, every year the truck would depreciate by $1,000, right?
Yes, it's that period's cost of that plant.
And that would the $1,000 would be the depreciation expense. And so that would just reflect that, as time passes, the truck is less valuable until in 10 years it's worthless because the truck is basically, deteriorated with time, essentially. Right?
It's that period's cost of that plant. Yes.
Okay. So the company doesn't need to pay cash to anyone for depreciation expense, correct?
The depreciation expense classification of it being non-cash is it's to conform to generally accepted accounting principles for financial reporting purposes.
Could you?
Oh, sure.
I guess my question was: is the company paying somebody a check for depreciation expense?
We are not making a cash disbursement, and that is reflected in our lead lag study.
And so to sort of go back to the simplistic truck example, you're not paying some guy $1,000 because the truck is losing value. It's just the truck is losing value.
Right. We're not making a cash payment for depreciation as reflected in our lead lag study.
Okay. And so if you turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 8.
I'm there.
Okay. At line 4, to not read the whole thing, essentially you're saying that Mr. Lako's recommendation would require removing depreciation reserve from rate base, right? I mean, you're also referencing 8 here, but let's just stick to depreciation.
Right. So the point I was making in that testimony is that to synchronize all of the components that are related to reserve and depreciation, with the recommendation to remove it from cash work.
I think the button.
Is your button on?
Oh.
No, I think just bring the remove this.
Okay. Is this better?
That is
Okay.
better.
Now I can hear it. Okay. So what I was explaining in my testimony there is that to synchronize all the components that go with depreciation for cash working capital and rate base, that would require. We're not suggesting that the commission removes those components. Is to, in order to fully synchronize all the components, those entries would need to be made.
You do say the words, the other party's, quote, the other party's recommendation would require realignment of the regulatory treatment of the related components, necessitating removal of aided and reserve, meaning depreciation reserve, from rate base.
Yes, for consistency of recognizing all the components of that item, yes.
And that would increase rate base by 1.48 billion with a B dollars.
Yes, so if you wanted to fully synchronize all the components, yes.
And depreciation reserve is a common item to have in rate base, right?
It is.
Yeah. Pretty much, all companies since, or utility companies for long time that's been the case, generally.
Yeah, depreciation is in rate base.
If you would turn to your direct at page 26.
Sorry, not depreciation. Reserve is in rate base. Depreciation is expense.
Right. And but let me know when you're there.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Page 26.
Thank you.
Yeah.
26.
Line 11.
I'm there.
Page 26, line 11. The company is the one that's proposing to change their cash working capital to add depreciation expense and deferred income taxes to its cash working capital, right?
That's correct.
So that is, the company wasn't doing this before and is now proposing to do it.
Yes, we're making that proposal in this proceeding.
So as we established, the company has been operating with depreciation reserve in rate base and without depreciation expense in its cash working capital this whole time?
It was not, yes, and to that point, we did not have a fully synchronized rate base for all of the components.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. MEA? CCAN? Okay. Why don't you switch places with People's Counsel or whomever. Doesn't matter to me.
Actually, I forgot my binder up.
Apologize for my quick mishap.
Woke us up.
Was that a binder clip? Those things are dangerous. They're treacherous.
No harm. Hopefully.
And please remember to keep the microphone as close as possible.
All right. Does this sound good? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Nguyen. How are you?
Good afternoon. Great, thanks.
I'd like to start with your direct testimony at page 19.
I'm there.
Okay, great. So in this section of your testimony, you discuss advertising expenses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And lines 4 through 6, you note that in accordance with the applicable regulation, the company categorizes advertising expenses into promotional, informational, community fairs, and institutional. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And on line 15, you note that the company reviewed expenses posted to accounts 909 and 913 to properly categorize advertising expenses in those 4 buckets that we just discussed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In this portion of your testimony, you don't mention any specific advertisements. Is that right?
Any specific advertisements?
Right.
No.
Okay. So now I'd like to go to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
All right. And in this portion of your testimony, starting on line 6, you also discuss advertising expenses here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this portion of your testimony, is it fair to say you note that the company is only asking for informational ads to be included in the cost of service?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this portion of your testimony, here too, you don't identify any specific advertisements. Is that right?
No, I do not.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark CCAN Exhibit 15.
So marked.
Thank you.
Just 2. Did you grab, oh, here, never mind. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Well, you did make one mistake.
That's true.
This is what number again?
This is Exhibit 15. And this is CCAN Data Request 4-1, dated April 14th. Can you just confirm that this is your answer?
It is.
Okay. And this is, sorry, I should have said this is CCAN Data Request 4-1 as well as Attachment 1. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And in Attachment 1, this is a list of the company's allocable advertising expenditures. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in the first column, this is a list, or sorry, in the second column labeled supplier, this is a list of suppliers providing advertising services. Is that right?
It's also some overhead, administrative overhead suppliers. So it's not all advertising.
Okay. Are those admin overhead expenses, are those related to advertising?
It's related to communications and marketing.
Okay. So some of the items on this list are not related to advertising. Is that right?
Not directly to advertising, correct.
Okay. And could you say at this point which items on this list are not related directly to advertising?
I believe I can, not from this list, but I believe we submitted information in another data request.
Okay. Okay. Could you say roughly how many of these line items are directly related to advertising?
Again, these costs are actually marketing and communications costs.
Okay. So these you wouldn't characterize these as advertising costs, is that right?
They are communications and marketing costs.
Okay. So that's an umbrella, and advertising is within that umbrella. Is that fair?
I'm not, I didn't make the determination for these costs. I did review them, but I'm not involved in putting together campaigns and the programs for these costs. So I understand these to be marketing and communications costs.
Okay. Okay. So is it? Okay. And then, so looking at column 3 here, labeled description, this is just a short description of each expense, right?
Yes.
Okay. And these short descriptions, they don't speak to the content of any specific advertisement, is that right?
No, but we did submit for the 262,000 amount that we recorded for cost to Maryland. We did submit the actual communications and marketing materials to support that.
Okay. But you yourself haven't spoken to that in your testimony or in this response, is that right?
I submitted the materials that were that supports the 262,000 in response to this data request.
Okay. And you sponsored that
I sponsored the data request
with the list of advertisements, is that right?
with the actual support for the costs that are submitted for Maryland. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Could you explain a little bit more what you mean by the support for the costs?
So we actually provided if the communications to customers was a print or say the safety manual handbook, we provided that material for this data request. So the full 262,000 is fully supported by that type of support.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to mark CCAN Exhibit 16 at this point.
So marked. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you? Oh,
You handed us 4-1.
I have 4-2 and 4-1.
I think maybe just you. Apologies.
You- What is
Oh,
this?
no, that's, I need both.
That's 4-2.
Yeah, 4-2. I have 4-1 and 4-2.
Okay, he needs a 4-2.
Yeah.
All right, so this Exhibit 16, this should be CCAN Data Request 4-2 and Attachment 10.
I see that.
Okay, so is this what you were referring to just now when you were saying that you submitted a data request fully supporting the advertising costs?
Yes, I believe this is the data request where we submitted the actual materials to support the costs.
Okay, but when you look at the sponsor line, this is sponsored by Stephen Driscoll, is that right? It
That's
was.
correct.
Okay, so you weren't the sponsor of this data request, is that right?
I sponsor data requests CCAN 41.
For one, okay. But you didn't sponsor this data request.
No,
Okay.
Stephen Driscoll did.
Okay, but this is what you were referring to earlier when you were discussing how you provided the support for the advertising costs. Is that right?
Yes, the company did submit. The company submitted.
Okay, the company submitted it, but you didn't personally submit it or sponsor it. Is that right?
I didn't sponsor that request.
Okay. Okay, so let's look at attachment 10. Here in the very last column, this last column is referring to the ads that you submitted in Discovery. Is that right?
I can't. I didn't sponsor this request, so I can't speak to the actual.
Sure. Okay, so you can't speak necessarily to how to. You aren't able to match specific costs to specific ads. Is that right?
Yes, is your question for me to match the attachment in 4.2 to 4.1? Is that your question?
I think now I'm just generally asking. I'm just generally want to confirm that you aren't able at this time to testify to what costs go with what ads.
I can for the data requests response to CCAN 4.1.
For one, okay,
Mhm.
just not to 4.2. Is that
Right.
right? Okay. All right. Your Honor, no further questions for me.
Okay, staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff does have a few questions. Now,
Oh, apologies. Sorry.
Your exhibits haven't been admitted, so without objection, they're admitted.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Gwen.
Yes, good afternoon.
All right. Before we begin, just to give some context, I'm first just going to ask a question that relates to short-term incentive compensation. Were you here when Washington Gas witness Birdie testified that he disagreed with staff witness Valcarengi's recommendation to exclude the company's remaining short-term incentive compensation costs from operating income because they are related to financial performance?
If
and
your
lack
question-
evidence that they benefit ratepayers? Were you here for that testimony?
If your question is simply, was I here? Yes, I was here.
Okay. And so, do you have in your direct testimony an exhibit entitled Exhibit PTN-6, Adjustment 13, page 2? And Your Honors, I did bring a copy of that, if just for ease of reference. I could distribute if you like. Okay. You need more?
Thank you, thank you.
have that in my exhibit. It's-
And counsel, just so I'm clear, you're talking about an adjustment sponsored by Witness Birdie, is that correct?
No, this is actually an exhibit in Ms. Gween's testimony.
If it's related to adjustment 13, just for clarity, if you look at page 9, you can see the witnesses and the sponsors of adjustments. So it's PTN 6, but sponsored by Birdie.
Oh, okay. Well, this was printed from Gween's direct testimony, which was listed as exhibit PTN-6. So are you saying that Birdie was the sponsor and Gween is not?
Yeah, they presented it. Well, if you would like the witness to testify about how it's formed, I'm happy to. Or
yes, I was under the impression that since it was in your direct testimony, Ms. Gwyn, it was sponsored by you. But is that not correct?
That's not correct, yeah. I have a list of, in my direct testimony, a list of the adjustments that I actually sponsored.
All right, okay. So, okay, I can move on from that then, since Mr. Witness Birdie already testified to that. Thank you. All right, then I will move on to some questions about the network geothermal pilot program.
Sure.
Could you refer to page 10 of your direct testimony, lines 11 through 17? Okay. Let me find that.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. I myself have to turn there 1 second. Okay. So, do you propose there that Washington Gas include the $418,520 in costs incurred pursuant to the company's initially proposed network geothermal pilot program that the Commission did not accept, along with the test year amortization amount of the regulatory asset balance and the associated carrying costs as a regulatory asset and rate base?
Yes, so I am proposing that the commission allow us to recover those costs that were prudently incurred for costs related to the proposal itself. It is my understanding that in the commission's order, in case 9749, we're allowed to record those costs to reg asset and submit it in this rate case for the commission to consider for approval.
Okay. And so on page 10 of your direct testimony at line 12, and along the lines of what you just mentioned, you state that the recovery of the costs for the pilot program are, quote, consistent with the approval in case number 9749, correct? Referencing the Commission's December 2025 order number 92095, is that correct?
Yes, we are proposing the commission allow us to, the commission review our costs that we're presenting in this case.
And so the reference in your testimony indicates that you have read and are familiar with order number 92095, correct?
I have read the order, yes.
All right. If I may, Your Honor, if could we mark as staff exhibit number 8 the network geothermal order number?
So marked.
Okay, number 92095. And here, I will distribute copies. May I approach, Your Honor, to distribute?
You may.
Oh, 8. I do believe this is staff exhibit 8. Okay. All right. So, all right. And you can refer specifically to page numbers 32 and 33 of that order. So in that order on page 32, is it accurate to say that the commission decided not to approve Washington Gas's proposed network geothermal pilot program and directed the company to come back with a new proposal for that pilot program?
That's my understanding, yes.
And could you now refer to page 13 of your rebuttal testimony? And lines 19 through 23. All right. And do you state there that order number 92095 does not prevent the company from seeking cost recovery of the company's proposed network geothermal pilot program, as you have mentioned?
Yes.
Yes. And would you agree that the commission evaluated that pilot proposal and requested substantial revisions to it?
Yes, that's my understanding. The commission ordered us to revise the proposal.
Okay. And would it be accurate to say that in that order at page 33, the commission decided not to approve the pilot program because the commission found that the proposed pilot program would benefit very few people, would not do anything to further the deployment of geothermal systems in Maryland, and that the program's costs were exorbitant and speculative?
It also ordered the companies, not just Washington Gas, to submit a revision to its proposal for the commission to review at a future date.
Okay, thank you. And then at page 35 of that order, is it accurate to say that the commission also stated that the appropriate cost recovery mechanism for the pilot proposal required further examination?
It does, but it also, in the order for that proceeding, it also allowed us to recover a reg asset for those costs incurred related to the proposal for the commission to review.
Has Washington Gas submitted a new network geothermal pilot program since that order directing Washington Gas to do so?
I don't work closely with that proposal to answer that.
Okay. All right, those are all the questions I have on that. I just had a couple of additional questions on the issue of cash working capital.
Sure.
All right. So if you could refer to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony. And these questions cover a bit of what OPC covered in their questioning, but just for the sake of clarity. So do you refer on page, or do you indicate on page 7 that you disagree with staff witness Valcarengi's recommendation in this case that depreciation and deferred taxes are non-cash items that should be excluded from the development of cash working capital?
That's correct.
And on that same page of your rebuttal testimony, you indicate that depreciation and deferred taxes are necessary as a cash flow source for the company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But would you agree that the purpose of cash working capital is to ensure that there is always adequate cash on hand for a company to cover its cash expenditures?
That's correct.
And would you agree that non-cash expenditures, by definition, do not require the disbursement of cash?
I agree, and that's what we have reflected in our study.
Okay. Would you agree that in Washington Gas's last rate case number 9704, the company did not include depreciation or deferred taxes in cash working capital?
Your Honor, I am going to object, asked and answered. That one.
I'm going to overrule you. It's a different question.
I agree. This is slightly different than the question that OPC asked. OPC, like OPC, I would like to offer into evidence and mark as exhibit, staff exhibit number 9, or no, I guess this was AOBA, the direct testimony of Robert E. Turanimi from case number 9704, but we're referencing a different page number, so we could either use that direct testimony as entered by AOBA or...
Your Honor, I only entered limited pages, but I do have a full copy if...
I actually have 10 copies of the entire direct testimony. You would like to have that?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right.
There won't be any question.
Yeah.
The tree's already dead.
Oh, yikes.
That's a book.
That's...
Yeah, thanks. Look, I just...
Are you going to make us read this all? Hopefully we'll have no more assignments.
Well, I guess I don't have to go to the gym tonight.
Just double-sided?
Is there?
It is double-sided.
Yeah.
And it's redacted.
And it's redacted.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're right. Does this guy still work for them?
Okay.
All right.
No, but
Um,
I think it's probably okay. I understand what she's asking.
Okay.
He actually might be retired.
sorry, counsel.
Graduated college, same to
sorry,
Elijah,
sorry,
so.
counsel, do you have a copy for me? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, you do. Sorry. Wait,
You'll
got-
there.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Excellent. Play golf. So.
Sorry, here.
God. You know,
Yeah, and
Yeah. Got it? Good?
I guess I can take a break.
reading and joining.
Okay, got it, yeah.
This is staff exhibit 9. Could we mark this as staff exhibit 9?
so marked.
Thank you. All right. So hopefully everybody has a copy now. All right. All right, if you could please refer to, it's Exhibit RET-6, Adjustment 35, pages 1 and 2. So just to help you out a little bit here, it's very much toward the end. And I'm sorry that I wasn't able to put tabs on all of them, but I would say it's about...
It kind of cuts off the top of the page.
Oh dear.
6, adjustment 35.
Yes, so it would be RET-6, adjustment 35, pages 1 and 2. So I'll just count in 1.
Sorry, I just have up to adjustment 21.
Here, I can give you mine.
Okay, hold on one second. 13, 14.
I can give her mine,
Oh,
counsel.
sorry, it's towards the back.
You got it?
Do you have it? Okay. So I would say it's about 25 pages. They're 30 pages from the end.
Yeah. I got lucky.
RET-6, adjustment number 35, page 1 and 2 of 8. So you'll see adjustment 35.
Did she get it? Okay.
Yeah.
Under.
You're there. Has everybody else? I'll give everybody a couple more minutes.
I think so, yeah. I think we're good.
You're good? Okay, all right. All right. So, Ms. Gwynn, is it accurate to say that there are no non-cash items, that no non-cash items, and specifically neither depreciation nor deferred taxes, are included in cash working capital there?
I believe I stated in my direct testimony that, our proposal to include these items are new in this case.
Agreed. I just wanted to make sure that we had the exhibit showing that entered into the record. So you would agree that this exhibit demonstrates or substantiates that statement, correct? That this is new?
Yes, this is new.
Okay. Thank you. That, I believe, is all the questions we have for Ms. Gwynn.
I was just
Thank
going
you.
to say, the next time you do that, I think CCAN is going to have to object to the use of paper. Okay, then, redirect.
Oh, I've been reminded.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Your Honor, may I please move those into
Yes.
staff exhibits?
Without
8 and
objection,
9
so entered.
into the record. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Now, Ms. Nguyen, you were asked questions about advertising. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you, as a part of your rebuttal testimony, include a Schedule D?
Yes.
Can you explain what's in Schedule D, please?
Schedule D contains the actual advertising materials that we submitted for recovery.
And they would tie to the line items in one of the discovery responses you were shown, is that correct?
Yes, it would reconcile to attachment 1 of CCAN data request 4.1, which itemizes the materials that we submitted for recovery.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Where is my cheat sheet here? The first question goes to, did you do the first question?
I did the last time. Yeah.
McLean.
No questions.
Okay. Linton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, I'm a lawyer, and I'm trying to wade into the depreciation waters here. So let me ask one question. I wasn't here when the last case came through, but I had some questions on Adjustment 6 related to the stride recovery. Notice that, as we have heard from witness Alice, that you've done a new depreciation study. And in your testimony, your direct testimony on page 4, you note there that there has been a non-stride revenue increase of approximately 36% since the last case. So can you just help me to understand what what is the increase in rate for consumers? I mean, what's changed to make it to cause it to increase that level?
Yes, Commissioner. I appreciate the question, but I actually don't sponsor that adjustment. Another company witness sponsors Adjustment 6 related to depreciation expense.
Okay. Let me see. You did have a list of that somewhere. I saw that. Counsel, do you remember who was sponsoring that?
The depreciation, Don Preston.
Okay. He's not testifying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
But if, yeah.
We passed on him.
Yeah. Okay.
Is
well, he's not testifying, so all right.
Suchman.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, Ms. Nguyen. Did I get it right?
Nguyen.
Yes.
Oh,
Nguyen.
he's teaching me.
Up and down the
Got the
tonal.
closest.
Well, it is actually.
All right, this is this like a form of mansplaining in sort of teaching me how to
It's
pronounce
Asian splaining.
Asians? Okay. I think we're going down a path we don't want to go down. Okay. Witness Murphy asked that I speak to you about the jurisdictional allocation study. So I'm going to talk to you about that, and that's in your direct testimony. And I'm looking at page 29, which you and what you say there is that the costs generally are assigned to the jurisdiction in which the facility is located, where it solely serves customers in that jurisdiction, and that most rate base is directly assigned by jurisdiction. And then when you have common plant, that is allocated across jurisdictions.
Yes.
Who decides whether something? I have to say, I've never heard the term situs plant.
Situs.
So anyway.
Yeah.
So is that a new one, or is that?
I believe we've always had it in our documents. So situs
probably just skipped over it. So.
Situs refers to property that's located in an area and exclusively serves that area.
Okay.
So we do direct cost assignments for that property.
Okay. And then is it that Mr. Murphy comes to you and tells you what's common and what is situs?
We do rely on our engineering group to make that determination.
Okay. And then if something is transmission as opposed to distribution, is that considered common plant?
So in our jurisdictional cost of service allocation study, there's a narrative that explains the different categories of transmission plant and how it gets allocated. For transmission plant that is determined to be common, we do allocate that to the jurisdictions based on therm sales.
Right. So once you make a determination that something is common, and I guess so that's my first question is, so you don't know how that determination is made. Somebody makes that determination, then lets you know. Correct. Okay. And do you have a sense of how that's determined? Do they look to the benefits of who's being served by a particular project to determine whether it's a situs plant or a common plant?
I think that can be best explained by our engineering team.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's testified and gone. When you
He's here.
Oh, is
We
he
can
here?
call him back up.
Is he here? Oh, you were hiding. Okay. Actually, yeah, I would like to actually get a sense, because this is kind of an important question. If a plant is determined to be common, then you have a formula for determining allocation, and it's a pretty rigid formula. There's no sort of wiggle room in terms of how you allocate. You're just going to look to throughput. Is that how you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, for example, you won't look to whether a particular jurisdiction is a driver for a particular project. So let's, for example, if Virginia's been really promoting new gas build, and the plant is a transmission plant, and it will, I mean, it's going to serve the region, but Maryland was not the driver for that. You're still not going to allocate those costs only to Virginia. You're gonna share them among the three jurisdictions. Is that how that works?
So again, our cost of service, jurisdictional cost of service allocation study contains the factors that we apply for each jurisdiction in determining how much cost to allocate to each jurisdiction based on the therm cells, and all of that is included in my exhibit PTN 7, the calculation and how and what the factors are in that exhibit.
Right.
And then
But those factors are they're they're exogenous. I guess I don't know if that's the right term, but they're not. You don't look to the specific plant and look to see what jurisdiction is benefiting from that particular upgrade.
our methodology in that study is based on therm cells.
Right. So it's if I were to look at I have Mr. Murphy's capital system betterment. So this is the non-stride, and I had a whole list of projects. I can't tell from this if I'm looking at the project type. Some of them are transmission and then sited located within a particular state. So that would be you would allocate those costs to the particular state. You wouldn't, even if it's transmission, you're not going to allocate it to the system as a whole. But if you're doing sort of system wide, you're not looking to see whether Virginia had a push for new gas build, and Maryland had not weighed in on this at all, but we're still going to have to bear the costs based on throughput.
I don't make that determination, and our current study, the methodology is just to use the therm cells.
Right. So what I'm trying to clarify, and I think that's what you're saying, is that once Mr. Murphy makes a decision or the engineers make a decision that this is common plant, then they're never going to look to see who's benefiting from it.
We allocate costs based on the methodology of the study.
Okay. So in other words, the answer is yes. You won't look to see who's going to be benefiting from it. You look to it's just a throughput number.
That's our current methodology.
Okay. All right. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Do you want to ask?
Well, but we
I
should
don't
let
have any questions.
we should let her finish.
I
guess the question is, do we call Mr. Murphy up for a very quick?
For one question.
Okay, for one question.
If you're asking about system benefits, Your Honor, he's the person to ask about it, how it's determined.
Right. So, Mr. Murphy, it is simply, you could actually come
Yeah, why don't you come up
to
and
this mic right here.
I don't have any
and you're
questions.
still under oath?
Right.
He's still under oath, correct?
Or
Okay.
or you can stand there. Doesn't
That's
matter.
fine. So in terms of making the decision, so I'm looking at your KMM 3, and so this is so project type. You'll make the determination about whether it's transmission or distribution or storage.
That's a different set of concepts. We would guide the decision on whether it is common or situs, and that's if it's on the interconnected loop system so that there is a flow path to get the gas to Maryland, then it's common. If it's, for example, a spur, a line coming off that interconnected system that starts and ends in a jurisdiction, that's situs, that's totally allocated.
Okay, and that still can be transmission,
Still
even
can be
with-
transmission.
Okay, and then when you're making determinations about whether something is common or not, you're not going to factor in who benefits.
Well, I think the allocation factors in who benefits. So if, as Ms. Nguyen said, if Virginia is the growing jurisdiction, then they're going to have the therms expanding, and they'll get more of the allocation.
As well, they're gonna get the allocation next year, the year after, and they're not going to have the expanding therms right now because you're building. You put the project in service, and you're still going to wait for the expanding therms to come in.
If it's an expansion-based project, that's potentially true. Many of the projects in this case are integrity-based projects, so it's not so much expansion-driven, it's reliability-driven.
Okay, but in other words, you don't look to see what jurisdiction is the driver in terms of the need, and you don't allocate costs based on which jurisdiction benefits or benefits the most. It's total throughput.
It is throughput.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. What?
I have a question.
You had sorry, pardon me.
Okay, so if you could turn to page 11 of your rebuttal.
I'm there.
Okay, and then line 17 says the company reviews communications expenditures to ensure the cost for informational purposes only as defined by the Code of Maryland regulations. Are you the person that makes that review or somebody else?
No, sir, I'm not. Our communications and our corporate communications team does that review.
Okay, and they just submit the number to you and you include it in your testimony.
They submit the actual costs, and they submit we present them with a list of costs that were coded for informational expenses, and they let us know. The team reviews the costs, and I enter it into the cost of service.
Okay, and then if you flip to the next page, 12, I mean, you have a specific disagreement with OPC's witness who's recommending a 10% disallowance. And in your response, starting at line 7, it says the informational communications cost of $224 has been examined for appropriate recovery and compliance with COMAR. But again, you didn't do that, right?
I did not do that. The corporate communications team.
Okay, and they made the analysis, and then so who is in charge of that piece of the operation?
The same witness who sponsored the data request response for the advertising, the informational costs that were submitted. So it's Stephen Driscoll.
So he's the person that verifies that the amount is actually appropriate according to the rules and regulations that we have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right, now, I think, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please. Actually, I'll tell you what, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 3:15. And we're back. It's 3:15. Please call your next witness, unless they've left the building. Okay,
Too late.
all right.
The company calls Katina Banks.
Good afternoon.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Katina Banks, Katina, Banks, Banks.
And could you give us your business address?
Business address 1000 Main Avenue, Southwest, Washington, D.C. 20024.
All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your position of employment.
I am the manager of utility revenue accounting at Washington Gas.
And do you have with you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Katina L. Banks, consisting of a one-page summary and 22 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
I do.
And do you have with you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Katina L. Banks, consisting of a one-page summary, 9 typed pages of questions and answers, and 2 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
I do.
Were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections or additions to them?
Not at this time.
If you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes.
Do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
At this time, I ask that Ms. Banks' direct testimony be marked as WGL Exhibit 32
So marked,
and admitted into the record.
without objection, so entered.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I ask that Ms. Banks' rebuttal testimony be marked WGL Exhibit 33 and admitted to the record.
So marked,
And admitted to the record, please.
so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
AOPA.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start by handing out a packet of data requests.
Thank
Thank you.
I think you need to add to your list. If you want, if you're trying to keep your list really strictly, your exhibit list.
Yeah, I got it.
Your Honor, what I just passed out was the company's response to AOBA Data Request 1, Question 1-8, Question 1-14, Question 1-17, Question 1-19, which I would like to all have marked as AOBA Exhibit 2. Yes,
Okay, so marked.
okay. Do you have a copy, Ms. Banks?
Yes, I do.
Now, I'd like you to take a minute and review these data request responses contained in AOBA Exhibit 2. And as you can see, you are the sponsor of the data requests contained in AOBA Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Are these answers to AOBA data request questions 1-8, 1-14, 1-17, and 1-19 true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, they are.
At this point, Your Honor, I would like to ask the Commission to admit AOBA Exhibit 2.
Without objection, so admitted.
Okay, thank you. Now, on page, focus on your direct testimony. And please go to page 18, lines 5 through 10. And at that page, at lines 5 through 10, you explain that you increased operating expenses by $53.4 million to reflect the difference between the company's per book amount for purchased commodity and capacity costs and your estimate of what the company expects to pay during the 12 months ended August 31st, 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, do I understand correctly that you estimate the cost of gas for the 12-month period ending August 31st, 2026, and then you calculate the difference between that number and the company's reported actual cost of gas for the test year ended September 30th, 2025?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, at page 18, looking at lines 8 through 10, do I understand your testimony to say that the $53.4 million increase in purchased gas and capacity cost that you calculate is offset by your adjustment to fuel revenues?
Yes, that is correct.
If, as you indicate in that sentence, that total rate-making fuel costs and revenues offset each other, is it your position that those adjustments have no impact on the company's revenue requirement in this proceeding?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is it your understanding that the company's per-books fuel costs and per-books fuel revenues for the test year, 12 months ended September 30th, 2025, are not fully offsetting?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is it your understanding that the company's per-books fuel costs and per-books fuel revenues for the test year, the 12 months ended September 30th, 2025, are not fully offsetting?
I'm sorry, can you point us to where in the testimony you are, Fran?
Well, I'm just in general in her testimony. I didn't reference a specific line number.
No, it is my understanding, as stated in my testimony, that the fuel revenues adjustment that was previously discussed in my testimony, that total rate making fuel cost and fuel revenues do offset.
Okay, but when you made that calculation, oh, sorry. You did that based on what the company expects to pay for the 12 months ended August 31st, 2026. We just established that. That was the date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But now my question's a little bit different. So now I'm asking you, because that was based on a projected or estimated amount, but now I'm asking you about the company's per-books fuel and per-books fuel revenues for the test year for the 12 months ended September 30th, 2025. That's the focus of my question. Shall I ask it again?
Again, I state that the per book revenues, as stated, fuel revenues and total rate making fuel cost and fuel revenues do offset.
But that was based on a projected date, correct? That was based on August 31st, 2026. If we look at page 17 of your testimony, lines 17 through 18. And there you say you calculated an average natural gas price for the 12 months ended August 31st, 2026.
Yes, that
So
is
that's
correct.
correct. So that's a calculated number or an estimated number. It's not an actual number. Do we agree?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
So I understand what you're saying when you're saying that the fuel costs, your fuel revenues, it's your position that they fully offset. But now I'm focused on the actuals, on your per books fuel and per books fuel revenues for the test year. Are you suggesting, or is it your understanding, that the per books fuel cost and per books fuel revenues, not estimated for the test year, are not fully offsetting?
I believe in my testimony, there is trying to find it here. But it is stated that it is my belief that fuel revenues for the test year and the expenses, fuel expenses, do offset for the test year as well. That is my belief.
That is your belief. Have you documented that number in your testimony?
My testimony actually covers the adjustment of purchase gas costs. So I do not believe that, and this is the adjusted. So I may not have that documented in my testimony regarding the actual.
Okay, thank you. Have you finished? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry, I just want to see if I have the statement here. Yes, I cannot find it at the moment, so I didn't want to belabor the time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I understand that it may be necessary to adjust fuel costs and revenues to reflect gas under normal weather conditions. But can you explain why it is necessary in this base rate proceeding to adjust fuel cost to reflect projected gas cost based on future market prices?
That is necessary to, as I state in my testimony, for the align the most for the annual PGC period, to align it with the most closely aligned rate effective period. So that is the reason for using the future contract prices.
Is it your understanding that Washington Gas's distribution revenue requirement and rate design determinations, in this case, are premised on projections of future gas use?
Yes, that is my understanding, but I am not involved in the rate design process. That's handled by company witness Lawson.
Is it your understanding that weather normalization adjustments to historic usage are the same as projections of future gas use?
Can you state the question again?
Is it your understanding that weather normalization adjustments to historic use are the same as projections of future gas use?
I can't say that I agree with that.
Okay. Now, let's look at your direct testimony on page 1. Lines 6 through 7, you state that you are the manager of utility revenue accounting for Washington Gas. Correct?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Could you please let me know what are your responsibilities in that role?
In that role, in my role, we're responsible for recording the gas customer revenue, also the revenue normalization adjustments, reconciling different mechanisms, as well as filing internal and external reports.
Now, am I correct that you have served as manager of utility revenue accounting since August 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
Now,
We're going to get you one of those mics.
yeah, I have trouble with this. I have a lot of trouble with this. I'm going to ask you to reference your response to AOBA data request number 18. It's the first response in the packet that I passed out earlier.
Yes, I have it.
Now, in point 1, in the response to AOBA data request 18, you state that, quote, the monthly number of meters for each rate class used in the analyses on the reference pages is compiled by the Regulatory Accounting Department. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you responsible for the Regulatory Accounting Department?
No, I am not.
Could you please tell me what is the relationship between utility revenue accounting, which you manage, and the Regulatory Accounting Department?
So, utility revenue accounting, we are responsible for recording entries related to the revenue, gas revenue, as I stated, weather normalization adjustments. But the regulatory department is responsible for rate case proceedings, certain filings with the commission. So we do work together.
Okay. Did you personally compile or oversee the compilation of the information regarding the numbers of meters by rate class by month on which witness Rob relied in his normal weather study for this case?
Yes, I would agree to that. But I should state that I reviewed the data, but it was actually compiled by the Regulatory Accounting Department.
Okay. Let me be clear. You reviewed the data, but that was compiled by this different department, Regulatory Accounting Department.
Yes, that's correct.
How many? Okay. The second sentence of your response to 1-8 indicates that each meter is assigned to a tariff class by jurisdiction, a customer type, in other words, residential, CNI, GMA, and a gas usage category, heating, cooling, or non-heating. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. How many Washington Gas customers in Maryland have more than 1 meter for a single customer account?
I do not know that information off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you know if there are any Maryland customer accounts for which use is recorded by more than 1 meter?
I cannot say for certainty in Maryland that occurs.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, what factors contribute to changes in the recorded numbers of meters by rate class and gas use across the months of the year?
So change in number of meters could be new customers coming onto the system, also customers leaving our system.
Okay. Perhaps customers transferred to a different rate class?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Does the company's accounting for meters by rate class and gas use differentiate active meters and inactive meters?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes. We track both active and inactive, but our reporting and analysis are based on active meters.
Okay. But you track both?
Yes, we have the ability to track both in the billing system.
You have the ability, but do you?
We do, but for reporting purposes, it's always based on active meters.
What is your understanding of the factors that contribute to changes in the recorded numbers of meters by rate class and gas use across the months of a year?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Where are we in the witness's testimony?
Your Honor, the witness is the one who oversees the tracking of meters. That was given to Rob. He based his normal weather study on it. I'm referring to her testimony generally. This is the basis of her testimony. Should be allowed to explore it. If the witness doesn't know, she doesn't.
Overruled. I'll allow you to continue.
Can you repeat the
Sure,
question?
certainly. What is your understanding of the factors that contribute to changes in the recorded numbers of meters by rate class and gas use across the months of a year?
So again, a change in gas meters throughout the year would be based on customers leaving or coming onto the system. And again, as stated earlier, transferring to different rate classes. Also, but primarily that would be between the sales and delivery class.
Where in your file testimony and exhibits have you documented your analysis of the factors that cause month-to-month changes in the reported numbers of meters for a rate class?
I do not believe in my testimony it was recorded why the changes would have occurred.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you again to reference AOBA Exhibit 2 and focus on your response to 1-17, and that's the third page. Now, Part A of AOBA Data Request 1-17 asks the company to detail the methodology used to compute normal weather gas by rate block. The company's response to Part A of AOBA Data Request 1-17 references your direct testimony, Section 4, page 7. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, please turn to page 7 of your direct testimony.
I'm there.
At page 7, excuse me, lines 12 through 14, you indicate, quote, the company uses a simulation model that distributes weather-normalized volumes of natural gas usage by rate block. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Could you tell me who developed the simulation model?
As I'm a new witness to the rate case process, but I believe this would have been developed by the Regulatory Accounting Department.
By the Regulatory Accounting Department. And can you cite a person within regulatory accounting?
As I said, I'm new to the process, so I would not be able to provide a name.
Okay.
Yes.
In your role as manager of utility revenue accounting, did you personally oversee the development of the reference simulation model?
I did not. That was prepared by the Regulatory Accounting Department.
Now, am I correct that nothing in your direct testimony details the structure of the reference simulation model or the data and relationships upon which it was premised, correct?
There is an explanation of how the simulation model is detailing how it is used on page 7 of my testimony.
But why, I accept your answer, but there is nothing in your direct testimony, because you didn't develop it, that details the structure of the simulation model or the data and the relationships that were inputs into that model, correct?
I think that's been asked and answered.
They're different questions, Your Honor.
She was about to answer, so go ahead.
I believe on starting with line 14 on page 7, it does give an description of the simulation model and how it is developed.
Okay. It says, let's look at those lines. This is what you're referring to. The simulation model uses customer usage profiles, correct?
Yes.
To perform the allocation among the various blocks. But we don't know from your testimony what those customer usage profiles that were used, do we? Because that's not detailed in your testimony.
I do not provide a detailed explanation of the profiles.
Okay.
That is
were you finished? I didn't mean to
Yes,
cut you
yes.
off. Okay. And your testimony does not state how a specific allocation among the various rate blocks was determined, does it?
It does not.
Okay. Is there any place in your testimony or exhibits where the referenced customer profiles that are used are documented?
if you're referring to more detail on how the profiles were developed, that is not included in my direct testimony.
Okay. And you did not, I think you may have answered this, but it's a more specific question. You did not develop the customer profiles, correct?
I did not.
And I believe you suggested that that is done by the Regulatory Accounting Department?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe so.
Okay. Does the company use a single customer profile to represent usage for each class, or were separate customer profiles developed for each month?
To the best of my knowledge, there's a single profile used.
Single profile
by class?
By class per year or by month?
By month.
Let's keep looking on page 7. And you explain at lines 17 through 21 that the company developed blocking profiles from 3 years of data and averaged the resulting block distributions. Are the data and calculations relied upon to average the referenced blocking distributions documented anywhere in your filed testimony or exhibits?
That information would be included, I believe, in witness Wynn's testimony as an exhibit.
So the answer is they're not in your testimony, correct?
I think the witness responded that the testimony she sponsors, it's in her, you can actually see it at the front. She identifies which of her exhibits she sponsors, and they are labeled PTN1, but that was just for ease.
You indicate in your testimony on line 18 that the blocking profiles that were averaged were for calendar years 2023, 2024, and 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How did you use data for calendar year 2025 when calendar year 2025 was not completed at the time your direct testimony was filed?
So this would have been, again, to best of my knowledge, the 12 months ended 2025.
Yes, but your testimony had to have been prepared before the end of 2025 because the company's application and testimony was not filed until December 29th, 2025, correct?
I believe the months that were as stated here is 3 years of data for calendar years 23, 24, and 25. So it would have been the 12 months ended as of that period in 25 that was available at the time that the simulation model was created.
So it wouldn't have been a full year of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So assuming it was the partial year data, do you know how much of 2025 was used?
I do not recall at this time.
Are you able to tell me which of the years 2023, 2024, and 2025 represented normal weather gas heating degree days, either for the full year or across the majority of the months of the year?
I'm going to object. Where is that in her testimony?
Your Honor, she is giving information to witness Rob, who he is using to rely on to do his normal weather study, and she is citing that they developed blocking profiles from a simulation model, which she was not responsible for the years 2023, 24, and 25. Now we know it's not a full year of 2025. We just don't know how much of a year it is. I am entitled to ask her what knowledge she has about the years of which she's discussing, where she got the blocking profiles for the customers.
It feels like we've broached into discovery that should have happened before the case.
Your Honor, there was plenty of discovery, as you can tell by the fact that I'm putting it in, and she is the witness responsible for the answers. So if she doesn't know, she doesn't know. But she mentioned the years. She mentioned the simulation model. I think I'm entitled to ask this question.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection because I think that goes to a level of, I believe it goes to a degree of detail that she's unfamiliar with because she didn't create the model.
Is it your assumption? Okay, let me do it this way. You discuss on page 7, starting on line 14, the simulation model that was used, and you said from that simulation model, the company developed blocking profiles from 3 years of data for calendar years 2023, 2024, and 2025. Is it your assumption that by averaging just 3 years of data, the company can simulate normal weather usage distributions for its Maryland rate classes?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Have you presented any analysis that would support a finding that the averaging of usage by rate block over a 3-year period can be relied upon to reasonably depict gas use by rate block under normal weather?
Yes.
You have. Please show me where.
I'm sorry. I want to refer to my testimony, direct testimony again, where it states, in this case, the company developed blocking profiles from 3 years of data for calendar years 23, 24, and 25, and averaged the resulting block distributions.
Okay. I understand that's what you said was done by the company. I understand that.
Yes.
But have you presented any analysis in your testimony that would support a finding that averaging usage by rate block over only 3 years is a reasonable depiction of gas use by rate block under normal weather usage?
I would like to refer to the question on line 22 where it says, was this the same approach used in case number 9704? And this was used previously and approved by the commission, so I would say yes, that is an accurate analysis to use.
And that's why you chose the 3-year period?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know over how many years the company has averaged heating degree day measures to determine normal weather HDDs for this proceeding?
For this particular proceeding, I do not. That a part of covered in my testimony.
Would you accept, subject to check, that witness Rob's direct testimony at page 6, line 7 indicates that the company's determination of normal weather HDDs applies a regression analysis to temperature dating back to 1871?
I think witness Rob's testimony speaks for itself.
I asked if she would accept that, subject to check.
Yes.
I said subject.
Now, let's look back at your response, the company's response, your response to 1-17. Now,
I'm there.
and this time I want to focus on Part B. And Part B asks for work papers and assumptions relied to compute normal weather gas use by rate block for each rate schedule. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, and in your response, you refer to Exhibit PHR-1, Maryland, Schedules 1A and 1B, and you reference pages 29 through 40 of witness Rab's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have copies of those pages available to you?
I do not.
Your Honor, I am going to object to the extent she wants to ask about another witness's schedules.
Your Honor, she cited it in her gas response as a response to my question. The company knows how to list more than one witness on a data request response. If they wanted to do it, they would have, but they didn't. They wanted Ms. Banks to be responsible.
Yeah.
If she can't answer...
Objection overruled.
Okay. Do you have an extra copy for her?
Trying to find one. We need.
I have an extra one if you don't.
Oh,
okay.
I have two. I do have. No, we just need one. We need a Rob testament. Okay.
I'll get it.
We can actually use one of these for once.
Was it Rob's direct?
Yes.
Oh gosh.
It's PHR-1, pages 29 through 40. Guys, don't do it. I have an extra right here.
Of the schedule?
Yeah.
Well, oh.
I have, Your Honor. I have an extra.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got it.
Okay. You have it? Okay.
Oh, wait.
You can have it. It's just an extra. It's your testimony. Do you want to use it?
Just for this? That'd be great.
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
Do you,
Good workout in.
Okay. Ms. Banks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have it? Do you have it?
I have the exhibit. Let me find the page number.
It says PHR-1. Top page says Schedule 1A normal, page 29, and I'm
Yes,
through
I
page
have
40.
it.
Okay. Would you take a moment just to look through it briefly?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Now, in your response to 1-17, you refer to, PHR-1 Maryland Schedules 1A and 1B normal. But just take for a minute and let me know if pages 29 through 40 include more than just Schedules 1A and 1B. They also include Schedules 2A and 2B. Can you just confirm that?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, did you intend to limit your reference to Schedule 1A and 1B, or did you intend to include Schedules 2A and 2B that are also found within pages 29 through 40 of Exhibit PHR-1?
Yes.
You meant to include them or you did not?
Did not.
Okay. Now, are you able to point me to any information within the pages and schedules you reference in PHR-1 that addresses the estimation of gas use by rate block for any rate schedule?
Your Honor, again, objection.
Your Honor, she
Well, go ahead.
cited this in response to my question. My question in a data request was very specific. She cited these pages. Now we want to limit the pages. That's fine. Detail the methodology used to compute normal weather gas use by rate
You know what,
block.
I'm going to sustain the objection because it's just not in her wheelhouse. It's just not.
Let's look at your response to AOBA Data Request 1-19, which is included in AOBA Data Request 2, and it's the last page of AOBA 2.
Yes, I'm there.
Am I correct that this response addresses the estimation of curtailment therms for customers who receive non-firm gas service under the company's interruptible service rate schedule or special contracts?
I'm sorry, can you let me know where you're at?
Okay. Question 1-19 asks you to explain curtailment therms are estimated on the basis of average daily HDDs for the months of January and February as opposed to estimates of peak day HDDs. We asked you to explain that, and your response says the company uses average daily HDDs to estimate the curtailment therms for the months of January and February rather than peak day HDDs because it believes this represents cold weather during a typical heating season and allows for a more realistic calculation. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's your response.
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct that this response addresses the estimation of curtailment therms for customers who receive non-firm gas service under the company's interruptible service rate schedule or special contracts?
Yes, it does.
Does your response indicate that the company believes that estimation of curtailment therms based on average daily HDDs for the months of January and February provide a realistic estimate of expected cold weather during a typical heating season?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you make the determination that average daily HDDs for the months of January and February provide a realistic estimate of expected cold weather during a typical heating season?
I did not make that determination.
Do you know who did?
From my understanding, this is based on historical analysis performed, and has been used historically by the company.
But do you know who made that determination?
I do not.
Are you able to tell me what criteria the customer used to determine when or under what specific conditions curtailments of gas use by interruptible service or special contract customers are requested?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you tell me what criteria the company uses to determine when or under what conditions curtailments of gas use by interruptible service customers are requested?
Your Honor, to the extent she's asking about the terms of the tariff, so the interruptible tariff, it's in the tariff.
Your Honor, it would be great if counsel wouldn't testify for the witness. If the witness knows the answer, she can respond. If she doesn't, she doesn't. Are you able to make that, are you able to tell me under what conditions or curtailments of gas use are applied?
I cannot tell you that.
You have previously referenced witness Rob's exhibit PHR1. I believe you're looking at it. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at that exhibit one more time. And please look at page 40 of 87. And I'm going to ask you to focus on columns C and D, where column C says, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Column C says actual HDDs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and column D says normal weather HDDs.
Yes, I see that.
And so on these columns, we are looking at the company's assessments of actual and normal weather HGDs by month for the test year, correct?
Based on what I see here, yes, that is correct.
Now, in this instance, we find that actual HGDs for the month of January and February, you see those months? January 2025 and January 2025?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And we see that for February, that number was of actual HDDs was 891, correct?
Yes.
And we see for January 2025, that number was 802?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Now, when we compare those to the normal weather HDDs, those numbers I'm looking at are for February 812 and January 2025. That number is 757. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So what this shows is that for the months of January and February, the actual HGDs are greater than the company's estimated normal weather HGDs for those months. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to, first of all, testifying to what someone else's exhibit says, and second of all, this is not the witness to talk about how the calculations were done. It is witness Rob.
Sustained.
Ms. Banks, are you able to tell me whether the company expects to curtail interruptible service when the average daily temperature is above freezing, in other words, above 32 degrees? Are you able to tell me that?
That is outside of my expertise.
Now, please take a look at your response to 1-14. And that's the second page of the exhibit. Now, in AOPA data request 1-14, the company is asked to provide data to support its derivation of the volumes, cost of gas, and revenues that support the rate-making total for off-system sales cost of gas recovered. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this question addressed witness Fang's exhibit, correct?
Yes, it does.
But you responded to that question, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the answer says, the referenced entry reflects the company's removal of these non-jurisdictional cost revenues to derive the jurisdictional gas purchased expense for use in the CCOSS. Therefore, the off-system sales cost of gas recovered of $19,995,953 is not part of this case. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is it your position that when the company claims that costs were removed from its revenue requirement determination, that other parties do not have the right to verify that the dollar amount removed was correctly computed?
Your Honor, could you just rephrase the question?
In your response to 1-14, in your response to 1-14, you state that the company's removal of these non-jurisdictional cost or revenues to derive the jurisdictional gas expense used in the class cost of service study, that it's not part of this case. Well, now my question is it your position that when the company claims that costs were removed from its revenue requirement, that other parties don't have the right to verify that the dollar amounts removed were correctly computed?
The response was meant to show the commission and other interveners that simply the amount of the off-system sales cost of gas recovered of 19 point or almost 20 million is not a part of this case.
But you would agree with me that parties would have the right to have that number, that expense for off-system sales verified to make sure that it was removed correctly. Do you agree?
I do not disagree if a party wanted to enter another data request requesting the information. I do not disagree with that.
Thank you. May I just have a moment to look over my notes, Your Honor? Because I believe I'm done.
Sure. Oh. Contributing to my type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, but is that number the off-system sales? I just want to make sure
Your Honor, I have no more questions, and I believe I asked that AOBA Exhibit 2 be admitted.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Banks.
Thank you.
People's Counsel.
One moment. Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Banks.
Good afternoon.
Do you need, you can
Oh,
keep
you-
that.
no, no.
You can keep it. Do you want it?
You all good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Banks, are you familiar with OPC witness Brandt's recommendation regarding the company's Weber normalization methodology and going to a 20-year Weber normalization data set? Are you familiar with his recommendation regarding Weber normalization?
I am not familiar with that.
Do you know of it?
Let me,
Well, I mean, if in your rebuttal at page 8.
yes, sorry, yes, I misspoke. Yes, I
Yeah,
did
right.
provide a response to that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in your rebuttal, page 8, line 22, essentially you state that Mr. Brandt's recommendation would have an impact on revenues, which would then impact the revenue requirement, correct?
Yes.
Did the revenue impacts, or I guess if you know, did the revenue impacts you refer to have to do with the jurisdictional allocation of costs? I don't believe it's stated, written there, but do you know?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. If you know the answer to this, at a high level, costs are allocated between the company's 3 jurisdictions and FERC based on Weber normalized sales. Is that correct, or do you know?
Yes, that is correct.
And under Mr. Brandt's recommendation, the company would have a lower value of heating degree days for its estimate of normal weather in the test year, if you know.
To the extent we're going to ask about the impact of that recommendation, I suggest you ask the witness on normal weather.
If she knows.
I do not know.
In theory, if there was a lower value of heating degree days applied to Maryland and all the other jurisdictions were the same, would that mean there were lower sales would be reflected in WGL's Maryland jurisdiction?
In reference to, I'm sorry, can you restate?
So I
the
get
question? Yeah.
if just in a general sense, if there was a lower value of heating degree days, does that mean that all else being equal, that would result in lower sales being allocated to Maryland?
I cannot affirmatively answer that.
Okay. Do you know, I guess, just directionally, what impact on the revenue requirement Mr. Brandt's recommendation would have? Would it increase it, decrease it?
No, I do not believe that. I did not prepare an analysis based on Brandt's recommendation.
So you
witness
don't.
Brandt's.
So you're not sure what effect it would have.
Exactly, that's correct.
Okay, nothing further.
You're done?
Yes, yeah, done.
Okay, MEA? CCAN? Staff?
Staff has no questions.
All right, redirect.
I do briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Banks, will you just take a minute and turn to your page, direct testimonies, page 7. We spent a lot of time on that paragraph between lines 12 through 21. Can you just take a minute and read that paragraph?
Yeah. The company uses a...
Oh, no, just to yourself for a
Okay,
second. Yeah,
yeah.
just get...
Yeah. Okay.
And there's a footnote 6 associated with rate block, is that right?
Yes, there is.
And it references, can you just say what footnote 6 says?
So footnote 6 states that the current tariff rates reflect a single block rate for residential customers as approved in rate case 9704.
And so you were asked a question about how rate blocks were determined for purposes of looking at customer usage. How are rate blocks determined?
Yes, so the tariff reflects that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Linton. Commissioner Suchman.
No questions.
Hoover.
No question.
McLean.
No, sir.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, it's almost 4:30, and we have, how many witnesses do we have? We have two.
Two more.
Well, let's get started.
Your Honor, may I just so tell you, I have quite a lot for witness bank, considerably more than I had for witness banks. I'm prepared to go, but I would rather not have to stop in the middle, and I just need a couple of minutes to get my exhibits out.
No.
I believe we might also have a significant amount for Fang.
All right, in that case, we will knock off and we'll see you tomorrow. Ordinarily, you know what, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll take this all up tomorrow.